Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 22. Let's go through the words. Arduously. In an arduous manner, with difficulty or laboriousness. Shot. Imperfect and past participle of shoot, an inclined plane, either artificial or natural, down which timber, go, etc., are caused to slide. Also, a narrow passage, either natural or artificial, in a stream, where the water rushes rapidly, especially a channel, having a swift current connecting the ends of a bend in the stream, so as to shorten the course. Embellished. Imperfect and past participle of embellish, to make beautiful or elegant by ornaments, to decorate, to adorn, as, to embellish a book with pictures, a garden with shrubs and flowers, a narrative with striking anecdotes, or style with metaphors. Presiding. Present participle and verbal noun of preside, to be set, or to sit, in the place of authority, to occupy the place of president, chairman, moderator, director, etc., to direct, control, and regulate, as chief officer, as, to preside at a public meeting, to preside over the rectilinear. Straight, consisting of a straight line or lines, bounded by straight lines, as a rectilineal angle, a rectilinear figure or course. Annelid. Of or pertaining to the annelida. A. O. Virgin. Indigo red, a product of the decomposition, or oxidation, of indican. It is sometimes found in the sediment of pathological urines. It is soluble in ether or alcohol, giving the solution a beautiful red color, also called indigrobin. Cries. To make oral and public proclamation of, to declare publicly, to notify or advertise by outcry, especially things lost or found, goods to be sold, as, to cry goods, etc. Punctuating. Present participle and verbal noun of punctuate, to mark with points, to separate into sentences, clauses, etc., by points or stops which mark the proper pauses in expressing the meaning. Arnicin. An alkaloid obtained from the arnica plant. Circumjacence. Condition of being circumjacent, or of bordering on every side. Epiped. The outer branch of the legs in certain crustacea, one of the mouth appendages of crustacea, situated next behind the maxill. Crabs have 3 pairs, but many of the lower crustacea have but 1 pair of them, called also jawfoot and footjaw. Stellar. Marked with star-like spots of color. Polite. Smooth and refined in behavior or manners, well-bred, courteous, complacent, obliging, civil. Flatness. want of vivacity or spirit, prostration, dejection, depression. Eternal, that which is endless and immortal. Sopping, present participle and verbal noun of sop, anything steeped, or dipped and softened, in any liquid, especially, something dipped in broth or liquid food, and intended to be eaten. Nonagenarian, a person 90 years old. Compass, a passing round, circuit, circuitous course. Ballast, any heavy substance, as stone, iron, etc., put into the hold to sink a vessel in the water to such a depth as to prevent capsizing. Interflow, to flow in. Sump, a round pit of stone, lined with clay, for receiving the metal on its first fusion. Bluff bowed, built with the stem nearly straight up and down. Carnify, to form flesh, to become like flesh. Schoolward, towards school. Concedo, affected with a conceit. Child, a gown. Lateran, the church and palace of St. John Lateran, the church being the cathedral church of Rome, and the highest in rank of all churches in the Catholic world. Hutsa, to receive or attend with hutsas. Subtracting, present participle and verbal noun of subtract, to withdraw, or take away, as apart from the whole, to deduct, as, subtract 5 from 9, and the remainder is 4. Volitation, the act of flying, fly. Sabbatism, intermission of labor, as upon the Sabbath, rest. Identi, one of the identata. Warbird, the spotted flycatcher. Nobly, noble birth, nobility, dignity. Saccharin, a bitter white crystalline substance obtained from the saccharinates and regarded as the lactone of saccharic acid, so called because formerly supposed to be isomeric with cane sugar saccharose. Leave, to cease, to desist, to leave off. Grain, the direction, arrangement, or appearance of the fibers in wood, or of the strata in stone, slate, etc. Emotivity, susceptibility to emotion. Pepper, a young salmon, a par. Mussel, any one of numerous species of Unio and related freshwater genera, called also river mussel, a water nymph, one of the lower female divinities, fabled to preside over some body of fresh water, as a lake, river, brook, or fountain, and unio. Rare. Of an uncommon nature, unusually excellent, valuable to a degree seldom found. Sweet-breasted. Having a sweet, musical voice, as the nightingale. Compare, breast 6. Draft. A current of air moving through an enclosed place, as through a room or up a chimney. Trundle. A lind of low-wheeled cart, a truck. Stratums. A bed of earth or rock of one kind, formed by natural causes, and consisting usually of a series of layers, which form the rock as it lies between beds of other kinds, also used figuratively. Vehicled. Conveyed in a vehicle, furnished with a vehicle. Trace. Hence, to follow the trace or track of. Encephalic. Pertaining to the encephalon or brain. Sagapan. A fetid gum resin obtained from a species of ferula. It has been used in hysteria, etc., but is now seldom met with. Dendrite. A stone or mineral on or in which are branching figures resembling shrubs or trees, produced by a foreign mineral, usually an oxide of manganese, as in the moss agate, also, a crystallized mineral having an arborescent form, for example, gold or silver, an arborization. Lorgnet. An opera glass. Doric. Belonging to, or resembling, the oldest and simplest of the three orders of architecture used by the Greeks, but ranked as second of the five orders adopted by the Romans. A table or tray strewn with sand, anciently used for drawing, calculating, etc. Capital. Order. Cohabiter. A cohabitant. Bescatter. To scatter over. Entertain. To be at the charges of, to take or keep in one's service, to maintain, to support, to harbor, to keep. Rook. A trickish, rapacious fellow, a cheat, a sharper. Egoism. The doctrine of certain extreme adherents or disciples of Descartes and Johann Gottlieb Fichte, which finds all the elements of knowledge in the ego and the relations which it implies or provides for. Graphical. Well delineated, clearly and vividly described. Father. A dignitary of the church, a superior of the convent, a confessor called also Father Confessor, or a priest, also, the eldest member of a profession, or of a legislative assembly, etc.
About generaling.
About general.
Insufficiency.
The quality or state of being insufficient, want of sufficiency, deficiency, inadequateness, as the insufficiency of provisions, of an excuse, etc. To concrete, coagulate, or thicken, as soft or fluid matter by evaporation, to become a clot or clod.
Metameric.
Having the same elements united in the same proportion by weight, and with the same molecular weight, but possessing a different structure and different properties, as methyl ether and ethyl alcohol are metameric compounds, having the same percentage composition, set of two or more different substances which contain the same ingredients in the same proportions by weight, often used with specifically, polymeric, that is, having the same elements united in the same proportion by weight, but with different molecular weights, as acetylene and benzene are isomeric polymeric with each other in this sense. The third person singular of the substantive verb be, in the indicative mood, present tense, as he is a man, to exist in a certain manner or relation, whether as a reality or as a product of thought, to exist as the subject of a certain predicate, that is, as having a certain attribute, or as belonging to a certain sort, or as identical with what is specified, the word or words for the predicate being annexed, as, to be happy, to be here, to be large, or strong, to be an animal, to be a hero, to be a non-entity. 3 and 2 are 5. Annihilation is the cessation of existence, that is the man.
Hatching.
A mode of execution in engraving, drawing, and miniature painting, in which shading is produced by lines crossing each other at angles more or less acute, called also cross-hatching.
Dactylic.
A line consisting chiefly or wholly of dactyls, as these lines are dactylics.
Silverless.
Having no silver, hence, without money, impecunious.
Showerful.
Full of showers.
Mendicity.
The practice of begging, the life of a beggar, mendicancy.
Regulus.
A petty king, a ruler of little power or consequence.
Runner.
A few Physiologus pinulatus of Florida and the West Indies, called also skipjack, shoemaker, and yellowtail. The name alludes to its rapid successive leaps from the water.
Sting.
The thrust of a sting into the flesh, the act of stinging, a wound inflicted by stinging.
Handmaid.
A maid that waits at hand, a female servant or attendant.
Dote.
Natural endowments.
Cication.
The act or process of drying.
Pacific.
Of or pertaining to peace, suited to make or restore peace, of a peaceful character, not warlike, not quarrelsome, conciliatory, as specific words or acts, a specific nature or condition.
Stigmaria.
The fossil root stem of a cold plant of the genus Sigillaria.
Peak.
To cause annoyance or irritation.
Bell shape.
Having the shape of a wide-mouthed bell. Campanulate.
Greasy.
Fat of body. Bulky.
Unheedy.
Incautious. Precipitate. Heedless.
Heartly.
Hearty. Heartily.
Madrina.
An animal, usually an old mare, wearing a bell and acting as the leader of a troop of pack mules.
Skylark.
A lark that mounts and sings as it files, especially the common species Alauda arvensis, found in Europe and in some parts of Asia, and celebrated for its melodious song, called also Skylark, a frolic, a jolly time. An envelope, or wrapping, of sheets used in hydropathic practice, called dry pack, wet pack, cold pack, etc., according to the method of treatment.
Oracle.
The sanctuary, or most holy place in the temple, also, the temple itself.
Safflower.
An annual composite plant Carthamus tinctorius, the flowers of which are used as a dyestuff and in making rouge, bastard, or false saffron.
Thimble.
A ring of thin metal formed with a grooved circumference so as to fit within an ice piece, or the like, and protect it from chafing.
Cutter.
A small armed vessel, usually a steamer, in the Revenue Marine Service, also called revenue cutter.
Lossing.
The act of securing, fastening, or tightening, with a lace or laces.
Terrace.
A balcony, especially a large and uncovered one.
Spat.
To slap, as with the open hand, to clap together, as the hands.
Saving.
Present participle and verbal noun of save, to make safe, to procure the safety of, to preserve from injury, destruction, or evil of any kind, to rescue from impending danger, as, to save the house from the flames.
Stuttered.
Imperfect and past participle of stutter. To hesitate or stumble in uttering words. To speak with spasmodic repetition or pauses. To stammer.
Heloism.
The doctrine of belief that matter is God, or that there is no God except matter and the universe. Pantheism. The tendency to give undue importance to material interests, devotion to the material nature and its wants.
Serenity.
Calmness of mind, easiness of temper, undisturbed state, coolness, composure.
spill,
To suffer to fall or run out of a vessel. To lose, or suffer to be scattered, applied to fluids and to substances whose particles are small and loose, as, to spill water from a pill, to spill quicksilver from a vessel, to spill powder from a paper, to spill sand or flour.
Tidum,
An ancient and celebrated Christian hymn, of uncertain authorship, but often ascribed to Saint Ambrose, so called from the first words Tidum laudamus. It forms part of the daily matins of the Roman Catholic Breviary, and is sung on all occasions of thanksgiving, in its English form, commencing with words, "We praise thee, O God." It forms a part of the regular morning service of the Church of England and the Protestant Episcopal Church in America.
embel,
A movement like the embel of a horse.
purifier,
One who, or that which, purifies or cleanses, a cleanser, a refiner.
ecstasy,
Excessive and overmastering joy or enthusiasm, rapture, enthusiastic delight.
ingress,
The entrance of the moon into the shadow of the earth in eclipses, the sun's entrance into a sign, etc.
renter,
One of the primitive Methodists, who seceded from the Wesleyan Methodists on the ground of their deficiency in fervor and zeal, so called in contempt.
erythrogen,
A substance reddened by acids, which is supposed to be contained in flowers.
glucose,
The trade name of a syrup, obtained as an uncrystallizable reside in the manufacture of glucose proper, and containing, in addition to some dextrose or glucose, also maltose, dextrin, etc. It is used as a cheap adulterant of syrups, beers, etc.
sociable,
A gathering of people for social purposes, an informal party or reception, as a church sociable.
anasrin,
A white crystalline waxy substance extracted from the root of the leguminous plant Ananas spinosa.
celebrate,
To perform or participate in, as a sacrament or solemn rite, to solemnize, to perform with appropriate rites, as, to celebrate a marriage.
report,
Rapport, relation, connection, reference.
hatband,
A band round the crown of a hat, sometimes, a band of black cloth, crepe, etc., worn as a badge of mourning.
ebullience,
A boiling up or over, effervescence.
dementation,
The act of depriving of reason, madness.
on,
In reference or relation to, as, on our part expect punctuality, a satire on society.
obliger,
One who, or that which, obliges.
leaded,
of lead,
tartlet,
a small tart,
case hardened,
hardened against, or insusceptible to, good influences, rendered callous by persistence in wrongdoing or resistance of good influences, said of persons.
fault,
Defect, want, lack, default,
perception,
the act of perceiving, cognizance by the senses or intellect, apprehension by the bodily organs, or by the mind, of what is presented to them, discernment, apprehension, cognition,
simmer,
to cause to boil gently, to cook in liquid heated almost or just to the boiling point.
horsing,
Present participle and verbal noun of horse, a hoof quadruped of the genus Equus, especially the domestic horsey, Cabalus, which was domesticated in Egypt and Asia at a very early period. It has 6 broad molars on each side of each jaw, with 6 incisors, and 2 canine teeth, both above and below. The mares usually have the canine teeth rudimentary or wanting. The horse differs from the true asses in having a long, flowing mane, and the tail bushy to the base. Unlike the asses, it has callosities, or chestnuts, on all its legs. The horse excels in strength, speed, docility, courage, and nobleness of character, and is used for drawing, carrying, bearing a rider, and like purposes.
shipan,
A cowhouse, a shippen,
enwind,
to wind about, to encircle,
polymbiode,
singing birds, a group of the passers, having numerous syringeal muscles, conferring musical ability.
untimely,
Out of the natural or usual time, inopportunely, prematurely, unseasonably.
dictum,
The report of a judgment made by one of the judges who has given Italian.
profound,
Bending low, exhibiting or expressing deep humility, lowly, submissive, as a profound bow.
snuff,
To perceive by the nose, to scent, to smell.
rejuvenescence,
A renewing of youth, the state of being or growing young again.
intuitive,
Seeing clearly, as an intuitive view, intuitive vision.
gulf,
A portion of an ocean or sea extending into the land. A partially landlocked sea, as the Gulf of Mexico.
retinasphaltum,
An inflammable mineral resin, usually of a yellowish-brown color, found in roundish masses, sometimes with coal.
berry,
Barley appearance.
intactable,
Not perceptible to the touch.
grossification,
The act of making gross or thick, or the state of becoming so.
subvitalized,
Imperfectly vitalized, having naturally but little vital power or energy.
bottle green,
A dark shade of green, like that of bottled glass.
diarrhea,
A morbid condition in which pus is discharged in the urine.
varicosity,
The quality or state of being varicose.
cohesive,
Cohering, or sticking together, as in a mass, capable of cohering, tending to cohere, as cohesive clay.
reapportionment,
A second or a new apportionment.
concurrence,
Agreement or consent, implying aid or contribution of power or influence, cooperation.
girandole,
A flower stand, fountain, or the like, of branching form.
serrated,
Adorned with pendants like icicles.
unstriated,
Non-striated and striped.
gallery,
A long and narrow corridor, or place for walking, a connecting passageway, as between one room and another. Also, a long hole or passage excavated by a burrowing or burrowing animal.
derided,
Imperfect and past participle of deride, to laugh at with contempt, to laugh to scorn, to turn to ridicule or make sport of, to mock, to scoff at.
galore,
Plenty, abundance, in abundance.
purvance,
Providing necessaries for the sovereign by buying them at an appraised value in preference to all others, and even without the owner's consent. This was formerly a royal prerogative, but has long been abolished.
etruscan,
A vassal or voluntary follower of Frankish princes in their enterprises.
reconsecration,
Renewed consecration.
penfold,
A place in which stray cattle or domestic animals are confined. A pound. A penfold.
gallant,
To attend or wait on, as a lady, as, to gallant ladies to the play.
sylvan,
Of or pertaining to woods, composed of woods or groves, woody.
amiable,
Friendly, kindly, sweet, gracious, as, an amiable temper or mood, amiable ideas.
therewith,
At the same time, forthwith.
hydrodynamic,
Pertaining to, or derived from, the dynamical action of water of a liquid, of or pertaining to water power.
corporality,
A confraternity, a guild.
cabinet making,
The art or occupation of making the finer articles of household furniture.
strut,
To hold apart, compare, strut 3.
reoccupy,
To occupy again.
compressor,
An instrument for compressing an artery, especially the femoral artery or other part.
ghosts,
That part of mind from which the mineral has been partially or wholly removed. The waste left in old workings, called also gob,
ghostly,
relating to the soul, not carnal or secular, spiritual, as a ghostly confessor.
dawdle,
To waste time in trifling employment, to trifle, to saunter.
Gorgonian,
Pertaining to, or resembling, a gorgon, terrifying into stone, terrific.
scienter,
Knowingly, willfully.
muzzleloader,
A firearm which receives its charge through the muzzle, as distinguished from one which is loaded at the breech.
fur date,
To date before the true time, to antedate.
lithomancy,
Divination by means of stones.
sexagenarian,
A person who is 60 years old.
manipulating,
Present participle and verbal noun of manipulate. To use the hands in dexterous operations. To do handwork, specifically. To manage the apparatus or instruments used in scientific work, or in artistic or mechanical processes. Also, specifically, to use the hand in mesmeric operations.
exon,
A native or inhabitant of Exeter, in England.
madman,
A man who is mad, lunatic, a crazy person.
metaphysis,
A tubercle projecting from the anterior articular processes of some vertebra, a mammillary process.
twin,
A compound crystal composed of two or more crystals, or parts of crystals, in reverse position with reference to each other.
mystico,
A kind of small sailing vessel used in the Mediterranean. It is rigged partly like a xebec, and partly like a felucca.
dill,
To still, to calm, to soothe, as one in pain.
petardier,
One who managed a petard.
cross,
Imperfect and past participle of cross, an appendage or ornament or anything in the form of a cross, a badge or ornamental device of the general shape of a cross. Hence, such an ornament, even when varying considerably from that form. Thus, the cross of the British Order of St. George and St. Michael consists of a central medallion with 7 arms radiating from Italian
devoid,
void, empty, vacant.
smilled,
To meld,
unchaste,
not chaste, not continent, lewd.
equip,
To dress up, to array, accoutre.
phlogisticating,
Present participle and verbal noun of phlogisticate, to combine phlogiston with, usually in the form and sense of the page or the adjective, as, highly phlogisticated substances.
precisive,
Cutting off, logic, exactly limiting by cutting off all that is not absolutely relative to the purpose, as, precisive censure, precisive abstraction.
cipsula,
A one-seated, one-celled, indehiscent fruit, an achene with a calyx tube adherent.
trisnitrate,
A nitrate formed from 3 molecules of nitric acid, also, less properly, applied to certain basic nitrates, as trisnitrate of bismuth.
prone,
Provender or food.
balnation,
The act of bathing.
menologia,
A brief calendar of the lives of the saints for each day in the year, or a simple remembrance of those whose lives are not written.
seem light,
Comely or decent appearance.
here,
A yarn measure of 600 yards or slash of a spindle. Belonging, round, slender rod or pin in spinning wheels by which the thread is twisted, and on which, when twisted, it is wound. Also, the pin on which the bobbin is held in a spinning machine, or in the shuttle of a loom.
angry,
Showing anger, proceeding from anger, acting as if moved by anger, wearing the marks of anger, as angry words or tones, an angry sky, angry waves.
ignorantism,
The spirit of those who extol the advantage to ignorance, obscurantism.
lingual,
A consonant sound formed by the aid of the tongue, a term especially applied to certain articulations as those of d, th, and n, and to the letters denoting them.
prose,
To write in prose.
imposing,
Deceiving, deluding, misleading.
isle,
An island.
prosecute,
To seek to obtain by legal process, as to prosecute a right or a claim in a court of law.
spry,
An elf, a fairy, a goblin.
search,
The act of seeking or looking for something. Quest, inquiry, pursuit for finding something, examination.
capabilities,
The quality of being capable. Capacity, capableness, especially intellectual power or ability.
arbitrage,
Judgment by an arbiter, authoritative determination.
myetical,
Figuratively aiding, or tending to, the definition and interpretation of thoughts or language.
basin,
The entire tract of country drained by a river, or sloping towards a sea or lake.
beforehand,
Beforehand, in anticipation.
osteological,
Of or pertaining to osteology.
simper,
To glimmer, to twinkle.
range,
To separate into parts, to sift.
thought,
The Egyptian sacred baboon.
chip,
To cut small pieces from, to diminish or reduce to shape, by cutting away a little at a time. To hew.
engineer,
To lay out or construct, as an engineer, to perform the work of an engineer on, as, to engineer a road.
pachydermal,
Of or relating to the pachyderms, as, pachydermal dentition.
defamed,
Imperfect and past participle of defame, to harm or destroy the good fame or reputation of, to disgrace, especially, to speak evil of maliciously, to dishonor by slanderous reports, to calumniate, to asperse.
chippy,
A small American sparrow Spizella socialis, very common near dwelling, also called chipping bird and chipping sparrow, from its simple note.
syllabus,
One who forms or divides words into syllables, or is skilled in doing this.
interaction,
Mutual or reciprocal action or influence, as the interaction of the heart and lungs on each other.
hiding,
Present participle and verbal noun of hide, a measure of land, common in Dempsey Book and Old English charters, the quantity of which is not well ascertained, but has been differently estimated at 80, 100, and 120 acres.
wop,
The Wimbrill, called also Maywop, Little Wop, and Tangwop.
canonize,
To rate as inspired, to include in the canon.
startfulness,
Aptness to start.
tap,
A lever or projection moved by some other piece, as a cam, or intended to tap or touch something else, with a view to produce change or regulate motion.
protocircle,
Having a caudal fin extending around the end of the vertebral column, like that which is first formed in the embryo of fishes, circle.
dairyman,
A man who keeps or takes care of a dairy.
Interestingly.
in an interesting manner.
Oxidizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of oxidize, to subject to the action of oxygen or of an oxidizing agent, so as to bring to higher grade, as anous compound to anic compound, as to oxidize mercurous chloride to mercuric chloride.
Transmissive.
Capable of being transmitted, derived, or handed down from one to another.
Inches.
To encase or enclose in a border or rim, to surround with an ornamental casing, as a gem with gold, to encircle, to enclose, to adorn.
Replacement.
The removal of an edge or an angle by one or more planes.
Round.
A brewer's vessel in which the fermentation is concluded, the yeast escaping through the bunghole.
Able.
To make able, to enable, to strengthen.
Inscribe.
To draw within so as to meet yet not cut the boundaries.
Powder.
To sprinkle with salt, to corn, as meat.
Annualist.
One who writes for, or who edits, an annual.
Neurophysis.
The dorsal process of the neural arch, neural spine, spinous process.
Pluperfect.
More than perfect, past perfect, said of the tense which denotes that an action or event was completed at or before the time of another past action or event.
Jounced.
Imperfect and past participle of jounce, to jolt, to shake, especially by rough riding or by driving over obstructions.
Flush.
Consisting of cards of one suit.
Impaling.
Of impinal.
Scattering.
The burning of a lot of peas straw at the end of harvest.
Fusty.
Moping.
Polymorphosis.
The assumption of several structural forms without a corresponding difference in function, set of sponges, etc.
Egret.
The name of several species of herons which bear plumes on the back. They are generally white. Among the best known species are the American egret ardea / Herodias egretta, the great egret uno alba, the little egret uno garzetta of Europe, and the American snowy egret uno candidissima.
Honorary.
Holding a title or place without rendering service or receiving reward, as an honorary member of a society.
Serosity.
A morbid ingration, as of a gland, state of being serhouse.
Permittance.
The act of permitting, allowance, permission, leave.
Reaching.
Present participle and verbal noun of reach, an extended portion of land or water, a stretch, a straight portion of a stream or river, as from one turn to another, a level stretch, as between locks in a canal, an arm of the sea extending up into the land.
Frame.
A kind of open case or structure made for admitting, enclosing, or supporting things, as that which encloses or contains a window, door, picture, etc., that on which anything is held or stretched.
Closure.
That which closes or shuts, that by which separate parts are fastened or closed.
Husking.
A meeting of neighbors or friends to assist in husking maize, called also
Sag.
to loiter in walking, to idle along, to drag or droop heavily.
Biminal.
Of or pertaining to twigs, consisting of wigs, producing twigs.
Senate.
In general, a legislative body, a state council, the legislative department of government.
Gustation.
The act of tasting.
Redate.
To take or receive again.
Explicator.
One who unfolds or explains. An expounder, an explainer.
Decide.
The act of killing a being of a divine nature, particularly the putting to death of Jesus Christ.
Graden.
To become large, to dilate.
Fellow feel.
To share through sympathy, to participate in.
Senatorial.
Entitled to be elected as senator, or by senators, as the senatorial districts of a state.
Dulcana.
A sweet tone stop of an organ.
Eventognathi.
An order of fishes including a vast number of freshwater species such as the carp, loach, chub, etc.
Thermometrograph.
An instrument for recording graphically the variations of temperature, or the indications of a thermometer.
Water privilege.
The advantage of using water as a mechanical power, also, the place where water is, or may be, so used, a peculiar benefit, advantage, or favor, a right or immunity not enjoyed by others or by all, special enjoyment of a good, or exemption from an evil or burden, a prerogative, advantage, franchise.
Tropic.
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an acid obtained from terpene and certain other alkaloids, as a white crystalline substance slightly soluble in water.
Levant.
Easter.
Palsy.
Paralysis, complete or partial. Abolition of function, whether complete or partial, especially the loss of the power of voluntary motion, with or without that of sensation, in any part of the body, palsy, palsy of the lower half of the body on both sides, caused usually by disease of the spinal cord.
vex,
To twist, to weave.
cavarellivo,
Hollow relief, sculpture in relief within a sinking made for the purpose, so no part of it projects beyond the plane surface around.
lenitive,
That which softens or mitigates, that which tends to allay passion, excitement, or pain, a palliative.
category,
One of the highest classes to which the objects of knowledge or thought can be reduced, and by which they can be arranged in a system, an ultimate or undecomposable conception, a predicament.
anniversarily,
Yearly, year by year.
galvanoplastic,
Of or pertaining to the art or process of electrotyping, employing, or produced by, the process of electrolytic deposition, as, a galvanoplastic copy of a metal or the like.
min,
A coin, a half farthing.
ubeline,
Resembling a buffalo.
achievement,
The act of achieving or performing, and obtaining by exertion, successful performance, accomplishment, as the achievement of his object.
live,
To feed, to subsist, to be nourished or supported, with on, as horses live on grass and grain.
ingripple,
To grapple,
dissimilar,
a dissembler.
retainer,
The act of a client by which he engages a lawyer or counselor to manage his cause.
breathe,
To take breath, to rest from action.
promiscuous,
Distributed or applied without order or discrimination, not restricted to an individual. Common, indiscriminate, as promiscuous love or intercourse.
combine,
The space between the bilges of two casks stowed side by side.
sizing,
The act of bringing anything to a certain size.
fallacy,
Deceptive or false appearance. Deceitfulness. That which misleads the eye or the mind. Deception.
disenchantment,
The act of disenchanting, or state of being disenchanted.
polyology,
Talkativeness.
query,
To put questions about, to elicit by questioning, to inquire into, as, to query the items or the amount, to query the motive or the fact.
exhaled,
Imperfect and past participle of exhale. To breathe out, hence, to emit as vapor, to send out. as an odor, to evaporate, as the earth exhales vapor, marshes exhale noxious effluvia.
endower,
To endow,
magnetical,
having, susceptible to, or induced by, animal magnetism, so called, as, a magnetic sleep, the property, quality, or state, of being magnetic, the manifestation of the force in nature which is seen in a magnet.
illegitimacy,
The state of being illegitimate,
fiducial,
having faith or trust, confident, undoubting, firm.
pick,
Pointed, sharp,
icalcari,
having two spurs, as the wing or leg of a bird.
stalk,
Having a stalk or stem, borne upon a stem.
bibliothecal,
Belonging to a library.
hutch,
To hoard or lay up, in a chest.
discursive,
Containing dialogue or conversation, interlocutory.
kidney,
Habit, disposition, sort, kind.
valid,
A tuft or clump.
renown,
To make famous, to give renown to.
autocarpian,
Consisting of the ripened pericarp with no other parts added to it, as a peach, a poppy capsule, or a grape.
mysteriousness,
The state or quality of being mysterious.
sea hedgehog,
A sea urchin.
eerie,
The nest of a bird of prey or other large bird that builds in a lofty place, airy.
latibula,
A concealed hiding place, a burrow, a lair, a hole.
iron,
An instrument or utensil made of iron, chiefly in composition, as a flat iron, a smoothing iron, etc.
drowning,
Present participle and verbal noun of drown, to overpower, to overcome, to extinguish, said especially of sound.
designable,
Capable of being designated or distinctly marked out, distinguishable.
scout,
A guillemot.
desolator,
One who, or that which, desolates or lays waste.
fishing,
Pertaining to fishing, used in fishery, engaged in fishing, as fishing boat, fishing tackle, fishing village.
outgoing,
The act or the state of going out.
corrode,
To consume, to wear away, to prey upon, to impair.
fishful,
abounding with fish.
Fly.
A number of beings or things passing through the air together, especially a flock of birds flying in company. The birds that fly or migrate together. The birds produced in one season, as a flight of arrows.
Compare.
To get, to procure, to obtain, to acquire.
Poor posture.
Wrongful encroachment upon another's property, especially any encroachment upon, or enclosure of, that which should be common or public, as highways, rivers, harbors, forts, etc.
Calycine.
Pertaining to calyx, having the nature of a calyx.
Effervescive.
Tending to produce effervescence.
Glore.
To squint, to stare.
Dolorous.
Occasioning pain or grief, painful.
Chrome.
A comparatively rare element occurring most abundantly in the mineral chromite. Atomic weight 52.5. Symbol chromium. When isolated it is a hard, brittle, grayish-white metal. Fusible with difficulty. Its chief commercial importance is for its compounds, as potassium chromate, lead chromate, etc., which are brilliantly colored and are used dyeing and calico printing, called also chrome.
Tibetic.
Of or pertaining to tabs, of the nature of abs, affected with abs, tabid.
Founderous.
Difficult to travel, likely to trip one up, as a founder's road.
Megrim.
A sudden vertigo in a horse, succeeded sometimes by unconsciousness, produced by an excess of blood in the brain, a mild form of apoplexy.
Cowslip.
Adorned with cowslips.
Rhombohedric.
Related to the rhombohedron, presenting the form of the rhombohedron, or a form derivable from the rhombohedron, relating to a system of forms including the rhombohedron and scalenohedron.
Non-regent.
A Master of Arts whose regency has ceased, a resident Master of Arts of less than 5 years standing, or a Doctor of less than TWWO. They were formerly privileged to lecture in the schools.
Thessalian.
Of or pertaining to Thessalian Greece.
Ashen.
Consisting of, or resembling, ashes, of a color between brown and gray, or white and gray.
Dropsical.
Of or pertaining to dropsy.
Flaunt.
Anything displayed for show.
Masquerade.
A Spanish diversion on horseback.
Misrepresent.
To represent incorrectly almost always, unfavorably. To give a false erroneous representation of, either maliciously, ignorantly, or carelessly.
Carnation.
The natural color of flesh, rosy pink.
Climber.
A plant that climbs.
Vicarian.
A vicar.
Generalship.
Military skill in a general officer or commander.
Slick.
To make sleek or smooth.
Pearl.
To rise in circles, ripples, or undulations. To curl. To mantle.
Pincer.
Having part, or all, of the feathers imperfectly developed.
Robber.
One who robs, in law, one who feloniously takes goods or money from the person of another by violence or by putting him in fear.
Craft.
A vessel. Vessels of any kind, generally used in a collective sense.
Knot.
A nautical mile, or 6,080.27 feet, as, when a ship goes 8 miles an hour, her speed is said to be 8 knots.
Wampy.
The pickerel weed.
Theorization.
The act or product of theorizing, the formation of a theory or theories, speculation.
Animal.
An organized living being endowed with sensation and the power of voluntary motion, and also characterized by taking its food into an internal cavity or stomach for digestion, by giving carbonic acid to the air and taking oxygen in the process of respiration, and by increasing in motive power or active aggressive force with progress to maturity.
Eye.
A loop forming part of anything, or a hole through anything, to receive a rope, hook, pin, shaft, etc., as an eye at the end of a tie bar in a bridge truss, as an eye through a crank, an eye at the end of rope.
Hulking.
Bulky, unwieldy.
Dogchick.
A small water bird Podilambus podiceps, allied to the birds, remarkable for its quickness in diving, called also dapchick, dogchick, dipchick, didapper, dauber, devil diver, hell diver, and pied-billed grebe.
Unleash.
To free from a leash, or as from a leash, to let go, to release, as, to unleash dogs.
Unit.
A single thing, as a magnitude or number, regarded as an undivided whole.
Exterior.
Relating to foreign nations, foreign, as the exterior relations of a state or kingdom.
Station.
A state of standing or rest, equilibrium.
Cybala.
Hardened masses of feces.
Simnel.
A kind of rich plum cake, eaten especially on Midland Sunday.
Water thrush.
the pied wagtail,
Chapellini,
a chapel within the jurisdiction of a church, a subordinate ecclesiastical foundation.
Pyroxylate,
Derived from wood by distillation, formerly used in designating crude wood spirit.
Unregeneracy,
The quality or state of being unregenerate.
Epistemology,
The theory or science of the method or grounds of knowledge.
Stain,
To cause to seem inferior or soiled by comparison.
Vulturine,
Of or pertaining to vulture. Resembling a vulture in qualities or looks, as the vulturine sea eagle type of Hierax angolensis, vulturine rhopacity.
Kidnapper,
One who steals or forcibly carries away a human being, a man-stealer.
Agilatry,
The invocation or worship of saints.
Pyramid,
A solid resembling a pyramid, called also pyramid.
Urn,
Figuratively, any place of burial, the grave.
Bostrand,
Imperfect and past participle of bowstring, a string used by the Turks for strangling offenders.
Cantrip,
A charm, an incantation, a shell, a trick, adroit mischief.
Gassing,
Ghosting, insincere or empty talk.
Uncipher,
To decipher, as to uncipher a letter.
Vibrisa,
The bristle-like feathers near the mouth of many birds.
Run,
To contend in a race, hence, to enter into a contest, to become a candidate, as, to run for Congress.
Rhetory,
A place or establishment where flax is redded, to prepare for use, as flax, by separating the fibers from the woody part by process of soaking, maturating, and other treatment.
Appurtenant,
Something which belongs or pertains to another thing, an appurtenance.
corner,
The point where two converging lines meet, an angle, either external or internal.
poise,
That which causes a balance, a counterweight.
deprehension,
A catching, discovery.
defalcate,
To commit defalcation, to embezzle money held in trust.
outcant,
To surpass in canting.
luminiferous,
Producing light, yielding light, transmitting light, as the luminiferous ether.
brose,
Pottage made by pouring some boiling liquid on meal, especially oatmeal. and stirring Italian. It is called beef brose, water brose, etc., according to the name of the liquid beef broth, hot water, etc., used.
Literally.
According to the primary and natural import of words, not figuratively, as a man and his wife cannot be literally one flesh.
A piece.
Each by itself, by the single one, to each, as the share of each, as these melons cost a shilling apiece.
Bracket.
A piece or combination of pieces, usually triangular in general shape, projecting from, or fastened to, the wall, or other surface, to support heavy bodies or to strengthen angles.
Cope.
To encounter, to meet, to have to do with.
Smack.
A loud kiss, a bus.
Baracus.
Relating to, or obtained from, borax, containing borax.
Vigil.
Of or pertaining to the state of a widow, widowed.
Dissoluble.
Capable of being dissolved, having its parts separable by heat or moisture. Convertible into a fluid.
Nutting.
Present participle and verbal noun of nut, a perforated block, usually a small piece of metal, provided with an internal or female screw thread, used on a bolt, or screw, for tightening or holding something, or for transmitting motion of LST bolt.
Stereontal.
Any alloy of copper, zinc, tin, and iron, of which cannon are sometimes made.
Hearth.
The house itself, as the abode of comfort to its inmates and of hospitality to strangers. Fireside.
Seasoning.
The act or process by which anything is seasoned.
Plant.
The whole machinery and apparatus employed in carrying on a trade or mechanical business, also, sometimes including real estate, and whatever represents investment of capital in the means of carrying on a business, but not including material worked upon or finished products, as the plant of a foundry, a mill, or a railroad.
Saponin.
A poisonous glucoside found in many plants, as in the root of soapwort saponaria, in the bark of soap bark quillaria, etc. It is extracted as a white amorphous powder, which occasions a soapy lather in solution, and produces a local anesthesia, formerly called also strychnine, quillane, sengin, polygalic acid, etc. By extension, any one of a group of related bodies of which saponin proper is the type.
Hagship.
The state or title of a hag.
Dancers.
A female dancer.
Ogrism.
The character or manners of an ogre.
Calando.
Gradually diminishing in rapidity and loudness.
Elapsible.
incapable of slipping or of error.
Well.
To issue forth as water from the earth, to flow, to spring.
Corpuscopy.
A country or suffragan bishop appointed in the ancient church by a diocesan bishop to exercise episcopal jurisdiction in a rural district.
Counter-element.
A counter-account, power or authority to check or restrain, restraining or regulating influence, superintendence, government, as children should be under parental control.
Streetwalker.
A common prostitute who walks the streets to find customers.
Perule.
A pouch-like portion of the perianth in certain orchids.
Frothy.
Full of foam or froth, or consisting of froth or light bubbles, spumous, foamy.
Lumbering.
Present participle and verbal noun of lumber, timber sawed or split into the form of beams, joists, boards, planks, staves, hoops, etc., especially that which is smaller than heavy timber. The second stomach of a ruminating animal.
Stipulary.
Of or pertaining to stipules, stipular.
Anoplothera.
A genus of extinct quadrupeds of the order Embellata, whose were first found in the gypsum quarries near Paris, characterized by the shortness and feebleness of their canine teeth, whence the name.
Tradeswoman.
A woman who trades, or is skilled in trade.
Inlive.
To animate.
Oxbird.
An African weaver bird texture elector.
Canker.
To be or become diseased, or as if diseased, with canker. To grow corrupt, to become venomous.
Wolf.
A wooling machine.
Plan.
A flat file having the handle at one side, so as to be used like a plane.
Buttermilk.
The milk that remains after the butter is separated from the cream.
Availableness.
Quality of being available. Capability of being used for the purpose intended.
Testudo.
A kind of musical instrument, a species of lyre, so called in allusion to the lyre of Mercury, fabled to have been made of the shell of a tortoise.
Abraded.
Imperfect and past participle of abrade, to rub or wear off, to waste or wear away by friction, as to braid rocks.
Subsilicate.
A basic silk.
Bifurcated.
Two-pronged, forked.
Demure.
To look demurely.
singular,
departing from general usage or expectations, odd, whimsical, often implying disapproval or censure.
engrave,
To deposit in the grave, to bury.
pyramidic,
Of or pertaining to a pyramid, having the form of a pyramid, pyramidal.
foliation,
The manner in which the young leaves are disposed within the bud.
subchordate,
Somewhat cordate, somewhat like a heart in shape.
abjectly,
Meanly, servilely.
sickly,
Surely, securely.
remainder,
Anything that remains, or is left, after the separation and removal of a part, residue, remnant.
dagu,
A small South American rodent Optodon cumingi, of the family Optodontidae.
didelphi,
Having the uterus double, of or pertaining to the Didelphia.
lineal,
Composed of lines, delineated as lineal designs.
enarged,
Not censured.
memorialist,
One who writes or signs a memorial.
immaterial,
Not consisting of matter. Incorporeal. Spiritual. Disembodied.
end,
Termination of being. Death. Destruction. Extermination. Also, cause of death or destruction.
long,
To a great extent in time. During a long time.
favorite,
The European red Gurner triglocuculus.
bilberries,
Any similar plant or its fruit, especially, in America, the species Vaccinium myrtilloides, CK spitosum and C. uliginosum.
drain,
The act of draining, or of drawing off, gradual and continuous outflow or withdrawal, as the drain of specky from the country.
fimbriated,
Imperfect and past participle of fimbriate, having the edge or extremity bordered by filiform processes thicker than hairs, fringe, as the fimbriate petals of the pink, the fimbriate end of the fallopian tube.
black Monday,
Easter Monday, so called from the severity of that day in 1360, which was so unusual that many of Edward III's soldiers, then before Paris, died from the cold.
cooperator,
One who labors jointly with others to promote the same end.
roulette,
A game of chance, in which a small ball is made to move round rapidly on a circle divided off into numbered red and black spaces, the one on which it stops indicating the result of a variety of wagers permitted by the game.
repleter,
a second pleading, or course of pleadings. Also, the right of pleading again.
ren,
Run,
limitate,
bounded by a distinct line.
absentment,
The state of being absent, withdrawal.
germanium,
A rare element, recently discovered 1885, in a silver ore argrodite at Freiburg. It is a brittle, silver-white metal, chemically intermediate between the metals and nonmetals, resembles tin, and is in general identical with the predicted acasilicon, symbol germanium, atomic weight 72.3.
determinedly,
In a determined manner, with determination.
striker,
A blackmailer in politics, also, one whose political influence can be bought.
dracontic,
Belonging to that space of time in which the moon performs one revolution, from ascending node to ascending node, a fabulous animal, generally represented as a monstrous winged serpent or lizard, with a crested head and enormous claws, and regarded as very powerful and ferocious as tail.
logomorph,
One of the logomorpha.
sexasyllabic,
Having 6 syllables.
goldfish,
A California marine fish of an orange or red color. The Garibaldi.
lilt,
To utter with spirit, animation, or giddy. To sing with spirit and liveliness.
disaster,
To blast by the influence of a baleful star.
intervene,
In a suit to which one has not been made a party. To put forward a defense of one's interest in the subject matter.
revolution,
A total or radical change, as a revolution in one's circumstances or way of living.
dividable,
Divided, separated, parted.
figure,
To prefigure, to foreshow.
orphanography,
The act of supporting orphans.
wampy,
The pickerel weed.
swell,
To be turgid, bombastic, or extravagant, as swelling words, a swelling style.
dangle,
To waste by little and little, to fritter away.
wrinkle,
Hence, to make rough or uneven in any way.
gikawar,
Merg/EKW/R, Prop, the cowherd, the title of the sovereign of Gujarat, in western India, generally called the Gikawar of Baroda, which is the capital of the country.
alpagene,
Growing in alpine regions.
Parting.
departing,
Maiden.
fresh, innocent, unpolluted, pure, hitherto unused,
Neominoidea.
a division of vermiform gastropod mollusks without a shell, belonging to the Isoplura.
Appareling.
Preparation,
Telluride.
a compound of tellurium with a more positive element or radical, formerly called telluride.
Starveling.
One who, or that which, pines from lack or food, or nutriment.
And breast.
To disclose, or lay open, to embosom.
Peripheral.
Of or pertaining to periphery, constituting a periphery, periphery.
Rosenose.
The liquid storax of the East Indian liquid amber orientalis.
Hairbird.
The chipping sparrow.
Multivocal.
A multivocal word.
Ispicial.
The uniting or allying oneself with anything. Maintenance. Adoption. As the ispicial of a quarrel.
Frustratory.
Making void. Rendering null. As a frustratory appeal.
Augured.
Imperfect and past participle of augur, an official diviner who foretold events by the singing, chattering, flight, and feeding of birds, or by signs or omens derived from celestial phenomena, certain appearances of quadrupeds, or unusual occurrences.
Plow.
Wood or timber allowed to tenant for the repair of instruments of husbandry, compensation, amends, satisfaction, expiation, as, manbo, a compensation or amends lien.
Theocracy.
Government of a state by the immediate direction or administration of God, hence, the exercise of political authority by priests as representing the deity.
Propheticalness.
The quality or state of being prophetical, power or capacity to foretell.
Torpedo.
An engine or machine for destroying ships by blowing them up.
Homologous.
Having the same relative position, proportion, value, or structure.
Ure.
Use, practice, exercise.
Tiny.
Very small, little, puny.
Trencherman.
A cook,
Greatcoat.
an overcoat.
Anti.
And it, that is, and it or if Italian, this word is properly an adjective, but is commonly called the indefinite article. It is used before nouns of the singular number only, and signifies one, or any, but somewhat less emphatically. in such expressions as twice an hour, once an age. A shilling announced the first letter of the English and of many other alphabets, the capital of the alphabets of Middle and Western Europe, as also the small letter A, besides the forms in italic, black letter, etc., are all descended from the old Latin A, which was borrowed from the Greek alpha, of the same form, and this was made from the first letter slash of the Phoenician alphabet, the equivalent of the Hebrew aleph, and itself from the Egyptian origin. The aleph was a consonant letter, with a guttural breath sound that was not an element of Greek articulation, and the Greeks took it to represent their vowel alpha with the sound, the Phoenician alphabet having no vowel symbols.
Homeopathist.
A believer in, or practitioner of, homeopathy.
Swellfish.
Any plectognath fish that dilates itself, as the burrfish, puffer, or diodon.
Trample.
To tread underfoot, to tread down, to prostrate by treading, as to trample grass or flowers.
Apicular.
Situated at or near the apex, apical.
Allusion.
A figurative or symbolical reference.
What?
Why, for what purpose, on what account?
Accreted.
Provided with acria, or sheath-formed stipules, as the rhubarb, yellow dock, and knotgrass.
Sabaeanism.
The doctrine of the Sabaeans, the Sabaean religion, that species of idolatry which consists in worshipping the sun, moon, and stars, heliolatry.
Roundabout.
A dance performed in a circle.
Tetrapharmacon.
A combination of wax, resin, lard, and pitch, composing an ointment.
Inclinableness.
The state or quality of being inclinable, inclination.
Rose.
A knot of ribbon formed like a rose. A rose knot, a rosette, especially one worn on a shoe.
Mazurka.
A polished dance, or the music which accompanies it, usually in 3-4 or 3-8 measure, with a strong accent on the second beat.
Terrellera.
A verbal imitation of a musical sound, as of the note of a lark or a horn.
Hostage.
A person given as a pledge or security for the performance of the conditions of a treaty or stipulations of any kind, on the performance of which the person is to be released.
Revengement.
The disposition to revenge, a malignant wishing of evil to one who has done us an injury.
Culturable.
Capable of, or fit for, being cultivated, capable or becoming cultured.
Tincture.
To communicate a slight foreign color to tinge, to impregnate with some extraneous matter.
seat,
that part of a thing on which a person sits, as the seat of a chair or saddle, the seat of a pair of pantaloons.
alveus,
The channel of a river.
Allah,
The name of the Supreme Being, in use among the Arabs and the Mohammedans generally.
pressman,
One who presses clothes, as a tailor's pressman.
longhand,
The written characters used in the common method of writing, opposed to shorthand.
stemlet,
A small or young stem.
metaphysical,
Of or pertaining to metaphysics.
taxation,
Charge, accusation.
tit,
The European meadow pipit, a titlark.
axis,
The tip, top, point, or angular summit of anything, as the apex of a mountain, spire, or cone, the apex, or tip, of a leaf.
whipsaw,
A saw for dividing timber lengthwise, usually set in a frame, and worked by two persons. Also, a fret saw.
join,
The line joining two points. The point common to two intersecting lines.
antipathetic,
Having a natural contrariety or constitutional aversion to thing, characterized by antipathy, often followed by
annoyance,
annoyance.
department,
Subdivision of business or official duty, especially one of the principal divisions of executive government, as the Treasury Department, the War Department. Also, in a university, one of the divisions of instruction, as the Medical Department, the Department of Physics.
debark,
Imperfect and past participle of debark, to go ashore from a ship or boat, to disembark, to put ashore.
bigger,
To surround as with a band, to encompass.
idolaster,
An idolater.
president,
Occupying the first rank or chief place, having the highest authority, presiding.
springing,
The act or process of one who, or that which, springs.
juryman,
One who is impaled on a jury, or who serves as a juror.
welcomed,
Imperfect and past participle of welcome, to salute with kindness, as a newcomer, to receive and entertain hospitably and cheerfully, as to welcome a visitor, to welcome a new idea.
litigation,
The act or process of litigating, a suit at law, a judicial contest.
porta,
the part of the liver or other organ where its vessels and nerves enter, the hilus.
Metamorphosis.
A change in the form or function of a living organism by a natural process of growth or development, as the metamorphosis of the yolk into the embryo, of a tadpole into a frog, or of a bud into a blossom, especially that form of sexual reproduction in which an embryo undergoes a series of marked changes of external form, as the chrysalis stage, pupa stage, etc. In insects, in these intermediate stages sexual reproduction is usually impossible, but they ultimately pass into final and sexually developed forms, from the union of which organisms are produced which pass through the same cycle of changes. Any change in an organism which alters its general character and mode of life, as in the development of the germ into the embryo, the egg into the animal, the larvae into the insect metamorphosis, etc. Also, the change which the histological units of a tissue are prone to undergo, change of form, or structure, transformation.
Travel.
The length of stroke of a reciprocating piece, as the travel of a slide valve.
Embellish.
A small silver coin of Athens, the sixth part of a drachma, about 3 cents in value.
Chara.
A genus of flowerless plants, having articulated stems and curled branches. They flourish in wet places.
Drawing.
A multitude of persons or of living beings pressing or pressed into a close body or assemblage, a crowd.
Infeasibleness.
The state of quality of being infeasible, infeasibility.
Quality.
An acquired trait, accomplishment, acquisition.
Era.
Embroidered.
Hitting.
Present participle and verbal noun of hit, to reach or attain exactly, to meet according to the occasion, to perform successfully, to attain to accord with, to be conformable to suit.
Quinine.
A powerful and very poisonous vegetable alkaloid found in the hemlock Conium maculatum, and extracted as a colorless oil. CAH17N, of strong repulsive odor and acrid taste. It is regarded as a derivative of piperidine and likewise of one of the collidines. It occasions a gradual paralysis of the motor nerves, called also conine, conia, etc. The common hemlock Conium maculatum, poison hemlock, spotted hemlock, poison parsley, a roadside weed of Europe, Asia, and America, cultivated in the United States for medicinal purpose. It is an active poison. The leaves and fruit are used in medicine.
Crisis.
That change in a disease which indicates whether the result is to be recovery or death. Sometimes, also, a striking change of symptoms attended by an outward manifestation, as by an eruption or sweat.
Medicamental.
Of or pertaining to medicaments or healing applications, having the qualities of medicaments.
Indication.
Act of pointing out or indicating.
Prepare.
To make all things ready, to put things in order, as, to prepare for hostile invasion.
Ben.
An old form of the plural indic, pr, of be.
Drawspring.
The spring to which a dropper is attached.
Next.
Nearest in degree, quality, rank, right, or relation, as, the next heir was an infant.
Personation.
The act of personating, or counterfeiting the person or character of another.
Ostracized.
Imperfect and past participle of ostracize, to banish from society, to put under the ban, to cast out from social, political, or private favor, as, he was ostracized by his former friends.
Synochial.
Of or pertaining to Sinocha, like Sinocha.
Zygospore.
A spore formed by the union of several zoospores, called also zygosoospore.
Roundel.
Anything having a round form, a round figure, a circle.
Maritimal.
Bordering on, or situated near, the ocean, connected with the sea by sight, interest, or power, having shipping and commerce or a navy, as, maritime states.
Mutilation.
The act of mutilating, or the state of being mutilated, deprivation of a limb or of an essential part.
Cess.
Bound, measure.
Quidem.
Somebody, one unknown.
Non-arrival.
Failure to arrive.
Fenestration.
The state or condition of being fenestrated.
Ferdy.
Imperative affair.
Painty.
Unskillfully painted, so that the painter's method of work is too obvious, also, having too much pigment applied to the surface.
High.
Strong scented, slightly tainted, as, epicures do not cook game before it is high.
Protraction.
A plot on paper.
Restorationist.
One who believes in a temporary future punishment and a final restoration of all to the favor and presence of God, a universalist.
Apprehend.
To think, believe, or be of opinion, to understand, to suppose.
Arraigned.
Imperfect and past participle of arraign, to call or set as a prisoner at the bar of a court to answer to the matter charged in an indictment or complaint.
Annular.
A priest employed in saying annuals, or anniversary masses.
meiosis,
Long continued contraction of the pupil of the eye.
fluctuate,
To move now in one direction and now in another. To be wavering or unsteady. To be irresolute or undetermined. To vacillate.
treeless,
Destitute of trees.
slack,
Imperfect and past participle of slacken. To cause to become less eager. To repress. To make slow or less rapid. To retard. As. To slacken pursuit. To slacken industry.
pneumonia,
Delirium tremens.
hush,
To become or to keep still or quiet. To become silent. Especially used in the imperative as an exclamation. Be still. Be silent or quiet. Make no noise.
following,
Next after. Succeeding. Ensuing. As. The assembly was held on the following day.
subperitoneal,
Situated under the peritoneal membrane.
predict,
To affirm something of another thing, to make an affirmation.
encumber,
To impede the motion or action of, as with a burden, to retard with something superfluous, to weigh down, to obstruct or embarrass, as, his movements were encumbered by his mantle. His mind is encumbered with useless learning.
letter,
A writing, an inscription.
erect,
Directed upward, raised, uplifted.
jewel,
The cheek, the jaw.
tata,
The African rufous-necked weaver bird Hyphantornis texer.
evening,
The latter part and close of the day, and the beginning of darkness or night, properly. The decline of the day, or of the sun.
glycerin,
Pertaining to, or derived from, glycerin.
note,
Stigma, brand, reproach.
likelihood,
Appearance, show, sign, expression.
weak,
Not prevalent or effective, or not felt to be prevalent, not potent, feeble.
sheetful,
Enough to fill a sheet, as much as a sheet can hold.
salient,
Hence, figuratively, forcing itself on the attention, prominent, conspicuous, noticeable.
fine,
Not thick or heavy, slender, filmy, as a fine thread.
reflex,
To bend back, to turn back.
academic,
A member of an academy, college, or university, and academician.
Gas points.
Loose hose or breeches, galley gaskins.
Northerly.
Toward the north.
Victualler.
One who furnishes victuals.
Forehand.
The chief or most important part.
Clem.
Cleanliness, moisture.
Indini.
Natural gift or talent, ability, wit, ingenuity.
Part-time.
A common British fern Scilopendrium vulgare, rare in America.
Inarmed.
In means equipped with arms or armor, and in heraldry, it refers to having horns, hoofs, or similar features of a different color from the body. The term is derived from the Old French word inarme, meaning equipped with a handle.
Proportion.
Equal share.
Plantoidal.
Pertaining to plantoid.
Water newt.
Any one of numerous species of aquatic salamanders, a trident.
Laissez-faire.
Non-interference, an axiom of some political economists, deprecating interference of government by attempts to foster or regulate commerce, manufactures, etc., by bounty or by restriction, as the doctrine of laissez-faire, the laissez-faire system government.
Skilling.
A moneyed account in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and North Germany, and also a coin. It had various values, from 3/4 of a cent in Norway to more than 2 cents in Lubeck.
Smother.
Hence, to repress the action of, to cover from public view, to suppress, to conceal, as, to smother one's displeasure.
Calmin.
A bitter principle extracted as a white crystalline substance from the calum root.
Gab.
The mouth, hence, idle prate, chatter, unmeaning talk, loquaciousness.
Supraorbitar.
Situated above the orbit of the eye.
Diapering.
Surface decoration of any sort which consists of the constant repetition of one or more simple figures or units of design evenly spaced.
Igniferous.
Producing fire.
Narc.
An evidence of presence, agency, or influence, a significative token, a symptom, a trace, specifically, a permanent impression of one's activity or character.
A start.
A genus of bivalve mollusks, common on the coasts of America and Europe.
Saxonic.
Relating to the Saxons or Anglo-Saxons.
Pen.
to shut up, as in a pen or cage, to confine in a small enclosure or narrow space, to coop up, or shut in, to enclose.
Unappealable.
Not to be appealed from, said of a judge or a judgment that cannot be overruled.
Silkness.
The quality or state of being silky or silken, softness and smoothness.
Diverged.
Imperfect and past participle of diverge, to extend from a common point in different directions, to tend from one point and recede from each other, to tend to spread apart, to turn aside or deviate as from a given direction, opposed to converge, as rays of light diverge as they proceed from the sun.
Olfactories.
An olfactory organ, also, the sense of smell, usually in the plural.
Bailer.
One who delivers goods or money to another in trust.
Daggled.
Imperfect and past participle of daddle, to run, go, or trail oneself through water, mud, or slush, to draddle.
Graciously.
Fortunately, luckily.
Foyer.
One who holds a
Rhyme.
an expression of thought in numbers, measure, or verse, a composition in verse, a rhyme tale, poetry, harmony of language.
Applauder.
One who applauds.
Orthochirati.
An orthotris, also, any fossil shell allied to orthotris.
Myeloid.
Resembling marrow in appearance or consistency, as a myeloid tumor.
Sate.
Of si-
Procedure.
that which results, issue, product.
Logometry.
A game of word making.
Extrastapedial.
Pertaining to part of the columella of the air, which, in many animals, projects beyond the connection with the stapes.
Fibrinoplastin.
An albuminous substance, existing in the blood, which in combination with fibrinogen forms fibrin, called also paraglobulin.
Stick.
To compose, to set or arrange, in a composing stick, as, to stick type.
Paradised.
Placed in paradise, enjoying delights as of paradise.
Cassowaries.
A large bird, of the genus Casuarius, found in the East Indies. It is smaller and stouter than the ostrich. Its head is armed with a kind of helmet of horny substance, consisting of plates overlapping each other, and it has a group of long sharp spines on each wing which are used as defensive organs. It is a shy bird, and runs with great rapidity. Other species inhabit New Guinea, Australia, etc.
Romances.
A romancer.
ensign,
The area or town enclosed by a line of fortification.
pectoral,
A medicine for diseases of the chest organs, especially the lungs.
bayer,
A stupid, clownish fellow.
airy,
Having the light and aerial tints true to nature.
bearable,
Capable of being borne or endured. Tolerable.
fecundity,
The power of germinating, as in seeds.
indissolubly,
In an indissoluble manner.
inhospitable,
Affording no shelter or sustenance. Barren, desert, bleak, cheerless, wild.
hypenotri,
A salt of hypenitrous acid.
flaring,
Present participle and verbal noun of flare. To open or spread outwards. To project beyond the perpendicular. As, the sides of a bowl flare. The bows of a ship flare.
rutilate,
To shine. To emit rays of light.
Christophany,
An appearance of Christ, as to his disciples after the crucifixion.
mediatorship,
The office or character of a mediator.
preconization,
A formal approbation by the Pope of a person nominated to an ecclesiastical dignity.
haplessly,
In a hapless, unlucky manner.
aegis,
A shield or protective armor, applied in mythology to the shield of Jupiter which he gave to Minerva, also figuratively, a shield, a protection.
rem,
An engine of war used for butting or battering.
keeled,
Imperfect and past participle of keel. A longitudinal timber, or series of timbers scarfed together, extending from stem to stern along the bottom of a vessel. It is the principal timber of the vessel, and, by means of the ribs attached on each side, supports the vessel's frame. In an iron vessel, a combination of plates supplies the place of the keel of a wooden ship. A piece of timber in a ship laid on the middle of the floor timbers over the keel, and binding the floor timbers to the keel. In iron vessels, a structure of plates, situated like the kelson of a timber ship.
contaminate,
Contaminated, defiled, polluted, tainted.
amphidromical,
Pertaining to an Attic festival at the naming of a child, so called because the friends of the parents carried the child around the hearth and then named Italian.
import,
That which a word, phrase, or document contains as its signification or intention or interpretation of a word, action, event, and the like.
escapable,
Avoidable.
slatternly,
resembling a slattern, sluttish, negligent, dirty.
Vibrisa.
The bristle-like feathers near the mouth of many birds.
Spirit.
Intent, real meaning, opposed to the letter, or to formal statement. Also, characteristic quality, especially such as is derived from the individual genius or the personal character, as the spirit of an enterprise, of a document, or the like.
Ultimate.
Incapable of further analysis, incapable of further division or separation, constituent, elemental, as an ultimate constituent of matter.
Hempress.
An Israelitish woman.
Horseradish.
A plant of the genus Nasturtium and armorata, allied to scurvy grass, having a root of a pungent taste, much used, when grated, as a condiment and in medicine.
Priv.
That degree of evidence which convinces the mind of any truth or fact, and produces belief, a test by facts or arguments that induce, or tend to induce, certainty of the judgment, conclusive evidence, demonstration.
Biblo.
An illegitimate child, a bastard.
Abscond.
To hide, to conceal.
Unwise.
Not wise, defective in wisdom, injudicious, indiscreet, foolish, as an unwise man, unwise kings, unwise measures.
Forbearer.
One who forbears.
Irreligious.
Irreligious.
Autochthonic.
Aboriginal, indigenous, native.
Gasolir.
A chandelier arranged to burn gas.
Low.
Near, or not very distant from, the equator, as in the low northern latitudes.
Osaphus.
A genus of trilobites found in the lower Silurian formation, to hang or attach to, as by a string, so that the thing is suspended, as a seal appended to record. The inscription was appended to the column.
Trigonal.
Having three angles, or corners, triangular, as a trigonal stem, one having three prominent longitudinal angles.
Kilombac.
A fragrant wood, agave.
Some.
About, near, more or less, used commonly with numerals, but formerly also with a singular substantive of time or distance, as a village of some 80 houses, some 2 or 3 persons, some hour hence.
Therial.
Of or pertaining to theriac, medicinal.
Inadvertency.
An effect of inattention, the result of carelessness, an oversight, mistake, or fault from negligence.
belly,
the underpart of the body of animals, corresponding to the human belly.
approaching,
The act of engrafting a sprig or shoot of one tree into another, without cutting it from the parent stock, called, also, enriching and grafting by approach.
hurdle,
To push, to jostle, to hurl.
throw,
To believe, to trust, to think or suppose.
earwig,
Any insect of the genus Forticula and related genera, belonging to the order Apelexoptera.
celature,
The act or art of engraving or embossing.
decreer,
One who decrees.
manage,
Hence, especially, to guide by careful or delicate treatment, to wield with address, to make subservient by artful conduct, to bring around cunningly to one's plans.
biponate,
Twice pinnate,
wishful,
having desire, or ardent desire, longing.
abdicate,
To relinquish or renounce a throne, or other high office or dignity.
preserver,
One who, or that which, preserves, saves, or defends, from destruction, injury, or decay, especially, one who saves the life or character of another.
cognizance,
Jurisdiction, or the power given by law to hear and decide controversies.
polychromate,
A salt of a polychromic acid.
ostracoid,
One of the ostracoidea.
counite,
To unite.
feed,
A grazing or pasture ground.
delectable,
Delightful. Delectable.
quaestor,
An officer who had the management of the public treasure. The receiver of taxes, tribute, etc. Treasurer of state.
crease,
To make a crease or mark in, as by folding or doubling.
inherence,
The state of inhering, permanent existence in something, inatness, inseparable and essential connection.
burgrave,
Originally, one appointed to the command of a burg fortress or castle, but the title afterward became hereditary, with a domain attached.
reattainment,
The act of reattaining.
platen,
The part of a printing press which presses the paper against the type and by which the impression is made.
coped,
Imperfect and past participle of cope, an ecclesiastical vestment or cloak. semicircular in form, reaching from the shoulders nearly to the feet, and open in front except at the top, where it is united by a band or clasp. It is worn in processions and on some other occasions.
Coining.
Present participle and verbal noun of coin, a piece of metal on which certain characters are stamped by government authority, making it legally current as money, much used in a collective sense.
Defeasance.
Rendering null or void.
Deteriority.
Worse state or quality, inferiority.
Inkith.
Unfamiliar, strange, hence, mysterious, dreadful. Also, odd, awkward, boorish, as, uncouth manners.
Water speedwell.
A kind of speedwell Veronica nigalis, found in wet places in Europe and America.
Total.
The whole sum or amount, as, these sums added make the grand total of 5 millions.
Expectable.
Worthy of being wished for, desirable.
Name.
To designate a member, by name, as the speaker does by way of reprimand.
Extricated.
Imperfect and past participle of extricate, to free, as from difficulties or perplexities, to disentangle, to disembarrass, as, to extricate a person from debt, peril, etc.
Wheel.
Prosperity, happiness, well-being, well.
Infamated.
Clouded, having a cloudy appearance.
Suggestion.
Information without oath, an entry of a material fact or circumstance on the record for the information of the court, at the death or insolvency of a party.
Trimly.
In a trim manner, nicely.
Surd.
An offensive weapon, having a long and usually sharp pointed blade with a cutting edge or edges. It is the general term, including the small sword, rapier, saber, scimitar, and many other varieties.
Fund.
Imperative of find, found.
Malevolent.
Ill will, malice.
Turcism.
A mode of speech peculiar to the Turks, a Turkish idiom or expression, also, in general, a Turkish mode or custom.
Buff.
To exercise or play at boxing, to strike, to smite, to strive, to contend.
Thermotic.
Of or pertaining to heat, produced by heat, as thermotical phenomena.
Patch.
Imperfect and past participle of patch, a piece of cloth, or other suitable material, sewed or otherwise fixed upon a garment to repair or strengthen it, especially upon an old garment to cover a hole.
helm,
To cover or furnish with a helm or helmet.
vinos,
Of or pertaining to wine, having the qualities of wine, as a vinous taste.
electroetching,
A mode of etching upon metals by electrolytic action.
improviser,
One who improvises.
gallivant,
A small armed vessel, with sails and oars, used on the Malabar coast.
mandelstone,
Amygdaloid.
excreta,
Matters to be excreted.
boarded,
The base or servile tenure by which a boardar held his cottage.
perplexed,
Entangled, involved, or confused. Hence, embarrassed, puzzled, doubtful, anxious.
fenestration,
The arrangement and proportioning of windows, used by modern writers for the decorating of an architectural composition by means of the window and door, openings, their ornaments, and proportions.
umbo,
One of the lateral prominence just above the hinge of a bivalve shell.
cerebral,
Applied to those nerve fibers which go from the spinal cord to the brain and so transfer sensations, centripetal impressions, from the exterior inwards.
improvisatory,
One who composes and sings or recites rhymes and short poems extemporaneously.
tinseling,
Of tinsel.
cometic,
Relating to com.
yark,
To ear.
tremble,
To quaver or shake, as sound. To be tremulous, as the voice trembles.
testimonial,
Relating to, or containing, testimony.
grinding,
From grind.
pelt,
To put.
writen,
To do justice to.
menstruum,
Any substance which dissolves a solid body, a solvent.
mycoprotein,
The protoplasmic matter of which bacteria are composed.
jennies,
The keel or lower outline of a bird's bill, so far as the mandibular rami are united.
pin,
A pinnacle.
encore,
To call for a repetition or reappearance of, as, to encore a song or a singer.
transpass,
To pass by, to pass away.
royally,
In a royal or kingly manner, like a king, as becomes a king.
impudicity,
want of modesty, delicacy, or decent reserve, indecency.
angiology,
That part of anatomy which treats of blood vessels and lymphatics.
advocating,
Present participle and verbal noun of advocate, one who pleads the cause of another. Specifically, one who pleads the cause of another before a tribunal or judicial court, a counselor.
systemizer,
One who systemizes or reduces to system, a systematizer.
crunch,
To crush with the teeth, to chew with violence and noise, to crunch.
metapod,
Any leg-like appendage of a crustacean, when modified wholly, or in part, to serve as a jaw, especially one of the maxillipeds.
thick-skinned,
Having a thick skin, hence, not sensitive, dull, obtuse.
entrance,
To put into a trance, to make insensible to present objects.
manger,
The forward part of the deck, having a bulkhead athwart ships high enough to prevent water which enters the households from running over the Italian.
sepsis,
Skepticism, skeptical philosophy.
jaw,
Figuratively, anything resembling the jaw of an animal in form or action, especially, plural, the mouth or way of entrance, as, the jaws of a pass, the jaws of darkness, the jaws of death.
intensively,
In an intensive manner, by increase of degree.
devious,
Out of a straight line, winding, varying from directness, as, a devious path or way.
dress,
A white to gray volcanic tufa, formed of decomposed trachytic cinders, sometimes used as a cement, hence, a coarse sort of plaster or mortar, durable in water, and used to line cisterns and other reservoirs of water.
iliolumbar,
Pertaining to the iliac and lumbar regions, as the iliolumbar artery.
manic,
Covered with hairs or pubescence so plaited together and interwoven as to form a mass easily removed.
crux tube,
A vacuum tube in which the exhaustion is carried to very high degree, with the production of a distinct class of effects, so called from Welsh, crooks who introduced Italian.
tacuna,
A Central American name for the ivory nut.
alphagrass,
A plant Macrocloatinacima of North Africa, also, its fiber, used in paper making.
louver,
A small lantern, something enclosing light and protecting it from wind, rain, etc., sometimes portable, as a closed vessel or case of horn, perforated tin, glass, oiled paper, or other material. having a lamp or candle within, sometimes fixed, as the glazed enclosure of a street light or of a lighthouse light.
Middle Age.
Of or pertaining to the Middle Ages, medieval.
Vineigre.
A small, two-wheeled vehicle, like a bath chair, to be drawn or pushed by a boy or man.
Lord Gore.
Guardian, one set to watch over another.
Displicency.
Dislike, dissatisfaction, discontent.
Pleasureful.
Affording pleasure.
Dribble.
A drizzling shower, a falling or leaking in drops.
Uniaxial.
Having only one axis, developing along a single line or plane, opposed to multiaxial.
Wrestled.
Imperfect and past participle of wrestle. A struggle between two persons to the interrogative pronoun. Used both substantively and adjectively, and indirect questions. To ask for, or refer to, an individual person or thing among several of the class. As, which man is it, which woman was it, which is the house, he asked which route he should take. Which is best, to live or to die, as an interrogative pronoun, used in asking questions regarding either persons or things, as, what is this, what did you say, what poem is this, what child is lost.
Watery.
Hence, abounding in thin, tasteless, or insipid fluid, tasteless, insipid, vapid, spiritless.
Stalwarthood.
The quality or state of being stalwart, stalwartness, boldness, daring.
Injustice.
Want of justice, injustice.
Classificatory.
Pertaining to classification, admitting of classification.
Mirificent.
Wonderful.
Response.
A kind of anthem sung after the lessons of maidens and some other parts of the office.
Dope.
A tongue or tract of land included between two rivers, as the doab between the Ganges and the Jamna.
Honey.
A sweet viscid fluid, especially that collected by bees from flowers of plants, and deposited in the cells of the honeycomb.
Depreciatory.
Tending to depreciate, undervaluing, depreciative.
By.
Against.
Gib.
To hang and expose on a gib.
Rest.
Those not included in a proposition or description, the remainder, others.
Brakeman.
The man in charge of the winding or hoisting engine for a mine.
Worm.
A spiral instrument or screw, often like a double corkscrew, used for drawing balls from firearms.
Noun.
The European grey Gernotryglgernodus.
Staunchly.
Firm in principle, constant and zealous, loyal, hardy, steady, steadfast, as a stanch churchman, a stanch friend or adherent.
Legume.
A pod dehiscent into two pieces or valves, and having the seed attached at one suture, as that of the pea.
Roguery.
Arch tricks, mischievousness.
Flowering.
The act of blossoming, or the season when plants blossom, florification.
Heliotrope.
An instrument for making signals to an observer at a distance, by means of the sun's rays through and from a mirror.
Waterspout.
A remarkable meteorological phenomenon, of the nature of a tornado or whirlwind, usually observed over the sea, but sometimes over the land.
Baleful.
Full of grief or sorrow, willful, sad.
Climate.
The condition of a place in relation to various phenomena of the atmosphere, as temperature, moisture, etc., especially as they affect animal or vegetable life.
Conterminous.
Having the same bounds, or limits, bordering upon, contiguous.
Flyer.
The fan wheel that rotates the cap of a windmill as the wind veers.
Scrobiculi.
Having numerous small, shallow depressions or hollows, pitted.
Alcyonic.
Of or pertaining to the Alcyon area.
Mouth-footed.
Having the basal joints of the legs converted into jaws.
Zincite.
Native zinc oxide, a brittle, translucent mineral, of an orange-red color, called also red zinc ore, and red oxide of zinc.
Torocal.
Glue made from a bull's hide.
Damson.
A small oval plum of a blue color, the fruit of a variety of the Prunus domestica, called also damask plum.
Warrant.
To make secure, to give assurance against harm, to guarantee safety to give authority or power to do, or forbear to do, anything by which the person authorized is secured, or saved harmless, from any loss or damage by his action.
Evaporating.
Present participle and verbal noun of evaporate, to escape or pass off without effect, to be dissipated, to be wasted, as the spirit of writer often evaporates in the process of translation.
Traverse.
A line surveyed across a plot of ground.
Female.
An individual of the sex which conceives and brings forth young, or in a wider sense, which has an ovary and produces ova.
Proscenia.
The part of the stage in front of the curtain. Sometimes, the curtain and its framework.
Decorticator.
A machine for decorticating wood, pelling grain, etc. Also, an instrument for removing surplus bark or moss from fruit trees.
Crate.
Imperfect and past participle of crepe, a thin, crimped stuff made of raw silk gummed and twisted on the mill. Black crepe is much used for mourning garments, also for the dress of some clergymen.
Laborsome.
Made with or requiring great labor, pains, or diligence.
Rush.
Abounding or covered with rushes.
Attainability.
The quality of being attainable, attainableness.
Infuse.
To pour in, as a liquid, to pour into or upon, to shed.
Merit.
Especially in a good sense, the quality or state of deserving well, worth, excellence.
Screw.
To use violent means in making exactions, to be oppressive or exacting.
Jointer.
A tool for pointing the joints in brickwork.
Israelite.
A descendant of Israel, or Jacob, a Hebrew, a Jew.
Acrity.
Sharpness, keenness.
Marion.
Pertaining to the Virgin Mary, or sometimes to Mary, Queen of England, daughter of Henry VIII.
Second class.
Of the rank or degree below the best highest, inferior, second rate, as, a second class house, a second class passage.
Palm Sunday.
The Sunday next before Easter, so called in commemoration of our Saviour's triumphal entry into Jerusalem, when the multitude strewed palm branches in the way.
Overweigh.
To exceed in weight, to overbalance, to weigh down.
Dochimology.
A treatise on the art of testing, as in assaying metals, etc.
Water level.
The level formed by the surface of still water.
Tank.
A small Indian dry measure, averaging 240 grains in weight. Also, a Bombay weight of 72 grains, for pearls.
Skim.
To pass lightly, to glide along in an even, smooth course, to glide along near the surface.
Taw.
A bundle or ball of slivers of cotton wool, from which the oils, or dust, have been taken out.
Saccharine.
And N, from Saker.
Nachni.
An annual Graciluzine coracona, cultivated in India as a food plant.
Drawer.
One who draws liquor for guests, a waiter in a tap room.
more,
Additional, other, as, you up because there were no more words to conquer.
assail,
To encounter or meet purposely with the view of mastering, as an obstacle, difficulty, or the like.
opponent,
One who opposes, an adversary, an antagonist, a foe.
fruminate,
To solder or unite, as metals.
relevant,
Causing revulsion, revulsive.
smeller,
One who smells, or perceives by the sense of smell. One who gives out smell.
fruticulose,
Like, or pertaining to, a small shrub.
oracle,
The chamber, or one of the two chambers, of the heart, by which the blood is received and transmitted to the ventricle or ventricles, so called from its resemblance to the auricle or external ear of some quadrupeds, the seat of the affections or sensibilities, collectively or separately, as love, hate, joy, grief, courage, and the like, rarely the seat of the understanding or will, usually in a good sense, when no epithet is expressed, the better or lovelier part of our nature, the spring of all our actions and purposes, the seat of moral life and character, the moral affections and character itself, the individual disposition and character, as a good, tender, loving, bad, hard, or selfish heart.
center,
To be placed in a center. To be central.
vow,
To make a duty of one. To stupefy.
bottom,
To furnish with a bottom. As to bottom a chair.
sanctuary,
The most retired part of the temple at Jerusalem, called the Holy of Holies, in which was kept the Ark of the Covenant, and into which no person was permitted to enter except the high priest, and he only once a year, to intercede for the people. Also, the most sacred part of the tabernacle, also, the temple at Jerusalem.
prelacy,
The order of prelates, taken collectively, the body of ecclesiastical dignitaries.
tie,
A line, usually straight, drawn across the stems of notes, or a curved line written over or under the notes, signifying that they are to be slurred, or closely united in the performance, or that two notes of the same pitch are to be sounded as one, a bind, a ligature.
imperate,
Done by express direction, not involuntary, communed.
spoil,
That which is taken from another by violence, especially the plunder taken from an enemy, pillage, booty.
participation,
The act or state of participating or sharing in common with others, as a participation in joy or sorrows.
contingent,
an event which may or may not happen, that which is unforeseen, undetermined, or dependent on something future, a contingency.
sepulturing,
Present participle and verbal noun of sepulture, the place in which the dead body of a human being is interred, or a place set apart for that purpose, a grave, a tomb.
pompon,
A tuft or ball of wool, or the like, sometimes worn by soldiers on the front of the hat instead of a feather.
plaintiff,
One who commences a personal action or suit to obtain a remedy for an injury to his rights, opposed to defendant.
fabel,
One of the small sesamoid domes situated behind the condyles of the femur in some mammals.
decreasing,
Becoming less and less, diminishing.
want,
One destitute of wit or sense, a blockhead, a fool.
superfecundation,
Fertilization of two ova at the same menstruation by two different acts of coition.
wanting,
Present participle and verbal noun of wont, using or doing customarily, accustomed, habituated, used.
thrust,
The breaking down of the roof of a gallery under its superincumbent weight.
forwarder,
One employed in forwarding.
crasamentum,
A semi-solid mass or clot, especially that formed in coagulation of the blood.
soleplate,
The plate forming the back of a water wheel butt.
deputy,
A member of the Chamber of Deputies.
squitty,
The skit, called also
desiccant,
a medicine or application for drying up a sore.
crowner,
One who, or that which, crowns.
kidnapping,
Present participle and verbal noun of kidnap, to take anyone, by force or fear, and against one's will, with intent to carry to another place.
moderatorship,
The office of a moderator.
vulgar,
Of or pertaining to the mass, or multitude, of people. Common, general, ordinary, public, hence, in general use, vernacular.
distant,
Reserved or repelling in manners, cold, not cordial, somewhat haughty, as, a distant manner.
overhold,
To hold or value too highly, to estimate at too dear a rate.
control,
That which serves to check, restrain, or hinder. Restraint.
eminence,
That which is eminent or lofty, a high ground or place, a high
comprehend,
to contain, to embrace, to include, as the states comprehended in the Austrian Empire.
slay,
To slay,
adjuvant,
a substance added to formulation of a drug which enhances the effect of the active ingredient.
seedlet,
A vessel in which a sower carries the seed to be scattered.
to,
Effect and consequence. As the prince was flattered to his ruin, he engaged in a war to his cost. Violent factions exist to the prejudice of the state.
harbor,
To lodge or abide for a time, to take shelter, as in a harbor.
bordel,
A brothel, a bawdy house, a house devoted to prostitution.
balloon,
A similar bordering or binding of rich material, such as gold lace.
farms,
A marketplace or public place in Rome, where causes were judicially tried and orations delivered to the people.
optimism,
A disposition to take the most hopeful view, opposed to pessimism.
donated,
Imperfect and past participle of donate, to give, to bestow, to present, as, to donate $50,000 to a college.
slum,
A layer of earth between coal seams.
wound,
A colloquial contraction of will not, the legal declaration of a person's mind as to the manner in which he would have his property or estate disposed of after his death, the written instrument, legally executed, by which a man makes disposition of his estate, to take effect after his death, testament, devise, see the note under testament.
precation,
The act of praying, supplication, and arty.
ferreting,
Present participle and verbal noun of ferret, an animal of the weasel family Mustela/Putorius fro, about 14 inches in length, of a pale yellow or white color, with red eyes. It is a native of Africa, but has been domesticated in Europe. Ferrets are used to drive rabbits and rats out of their holes.
billposter,
One whose occupation is to post handbills or posters in public places.
raised,
Imperfect and past participle of race, hence, the act or process of running in competition, the contest of speed in any way, as in running, riding, driving, skating, rowing, sailing, in the plural. Usually, a meeting for contests in the running of horses, as, he attended the races.
assignee,
A person to whom an assignment is made, a person appointed or deputed by another to do some act, perform some business, or enjoy some right, privilege, or property, as an assignee of a bankrupt, a transfer of title or interest by writing, as of lease, bond, note, or bill of exchange, a transfer of the whole of some particular estate or interest in lands.
cornucopia,
The horn of plenty, from which fruits and flowers are represented as issuing. It is an emblem of abundance.
self-possession,
The possession of one's powers, calmness, self-command, presence of mind, composure.
cantoned,
Having the angles marked by, or decorated with, projecting moldings or small columns, as a canton pier or pilaster.
envisagement,
The act of envisaging.
snap,
A small catch or fastening held or closed by means of a spring, or one which closes with a snapping sound, as the catch of a bracelet, necklace, clasp of a book, etc.
booby,
Having the characteristics of a booby, stupid.
bottom,
An abyss.
divest,
To be taken away, lost, or alienated, as a title or an estate.
regard,
Hence, to look or front toward, to face.
shash,
The scarf of a turban.
mesenchyma,
The part of the mesoblast which gives rise to the connective tissues and blood.
xylophone,
An instrument to determine the vibrative properties of different kinds of wood.
gelatinated,
Imperfect and past participle of gelatinate, to convert into gelatin, or into a substance resembling jelly.
tranter,
One who trants, a peddler, a carrier.
abide,
To wait for, to be prepared for, to wait, to watch for, as I abide my time.
biblical,
Pertaining to, or derived from, the Bible, as biblical learning, biblical authority.
glue,
A hard brittle brownish gelatin, obtained by boiling to jelly the skins, hoofs, etc., of animals. When gently heated with water, it becomes viscid and tenacious, and is used as a cement for uniting substances. The name is also given to other adhesive or viscous substances.
Hokusson,
Low, wooded grounds or swamps in eastern Maryland and Virginia.
unwise,
Not wise, defective in wisdom, injudicious, indiscreet, foolish, as an unwise man, unwise kings, unwise measures.
fortunize,
To regulate the fortune of, to make happy.
redrawn,
Past participle of redraw, to draw a new bill of exchange, as the holder of a protested bill, on the drawer or endorsers.
genty,
Airy, showy, finical, hence, characterized by an affected or fantastical manner.
idiotical,
Common, simple.
lammergeier,
A very large vulture Gypaetus barbatus, which inhabits the mountains of southern Europe, Asia, and northern Africa. When full grown it is 9 or 10 feet in extent of wings. It is brownish-black above, with the underparts and neck rusty yellow, the forehead and crown white, the sides of the head and beard black. It feeds partly on carrion and partly on small animals, which it kills. It has the habit of carrying tortoises and marrow bones to a great height, and dropping them on stones to obtain the contents, and is therefore called bone breaker and ossifrage. It is supposed to be the ossifrage of the Bible, called also bearded vulture and bearded eagle.
sob,
The act of sobbing, a convulsive sigh, or inspiration of the breath, as in sorrow.
govern,
To require to be in a particular case, as a transitive verb governs a noun in the objective case, or to require a particular case, as a transitive verb governs the objective case.
crustiness,
The state or quality of having crust or being like crust, hardness.
element,
One of the ultimate undecomposable constituents of any kind of matter, specifically chemistry, a substance which cannot be decomposed into different kinds of matter by any means at present employed, as the elements of water are oxygen and hydrogen.
a meaning,
Having no meaning or signification, as unmeaning words.
pectostrata,
A degenerate order of crustacea, including the Rhizocephala and Cyripedia.
disparaging,
Present participle and verbal noun of disparage, to dishonor by a comparison with what is inferior. To lower in rank or estimation by actions or words. To speak slightingly of, to depreciate, to undervalue.
fusel oil,
A hot, acrid, oily liquid, accompanying many alcoholic liquors as potato whiskey, corn whiskey, etc., as an undesirable ingredient, and consisting of several of the higher alcohols and compound ethers, but particularly of amyl alcohol, hence, specifically applied to amyl alcohol.
sconce,
A fixed seat or shelf.
fifth,
Consisting of one of 5 equal divisions of a thing.
reliquidation,
A second or renewed liquidation, a renewed adjustment.
cravated,
Wearing a cravat.
hare's foot fern,
A species of fern Davallia canarensis, with a soft, gray, hairy rootstock, whence the name.
vigorous,
Possessing vigor, full of physical or mental strength or active force, strong, lusty, robust, as a vigorous youth, a vigorous plant.
coleopterist,
one versed in the study of the Coleoptera.
Ichthyomorpha.
The Irodella.
Harvest.
The gathering of the crop of any kind, the ingathering of the crops, also, the season of gathering grain and fruits, late summer or early autumn.
Hollow.
To make hollow, as by digging, cutting, or engraving, to excavate.
High.
To promise.
Illustrious.
Without luster.
Shut.
A door or cover, a shutter.
Papality.
The papacy.
Reconnaissance.
The act of reconnoitering, preliminary examination or survey.
Comicality.
The quality of being comical, something comical.
Cavil.
The gazelle.
Blossom.
The flower of a plant, or the essential organs of reproduction, with their appendages, fluorescence, bloom. The flowers of a plant, collectively, as the blossoms and fruit of a tree, an apple tree in blossom.
Specialties.
That for which a person is distinguished, in which he is specially versed, or which he makes an object of special attention, a speciality.
Snow cap.
Having the top capped or covered with snow, as snow-capped mountains.
Runnet.
A name of many different kinds of apples. Compare, rhino.
Southly.
Of or pertaining to the south, situated in, or proceeding from, the south, situated or proceeding toward the south.
Unshackle.
To loose from shackles or bonds, to set free from restraint, to unfetter.
Contentless.
Discontented, dissatisfied.
Cytocracy.
The nucleus of the cytosol or parent cell.
Reply.
To return for an answer.
Bisect.
To cut or divide into two parts.
Discredit.
To refuse credence to, not to accept as true, to disbelieve, as the report is discredited.
Revolved.
Imperfect and past participle of revolve, to turn or roll round on, or as on, an axis, like a wheel. To rotate, which is the more specific word in this sense.
Formularistic.
Pertaining to, or exhibiting, formularization.
Trump.
An old game with cards, nearly the same as whist, called also rough.
Watcher.
One who watches, one who sits up or continues, a diligent observer, specifically, one who attends upon the sick during the night.
Lazarus,
one of the congregation of the priests of the mission, a religious institute founded by Vincent de Paul in 1624, and popularly called Lazarists or Lazarites from the College of Saint Lazare in Paris, which was occupied by them until 1792.
retinitis,
Inflammation of the retina.
shingles,
A kind of herpes zoster, which spreads halfway around the body like a girdle, and is usually attended with violent neuralgic pain.
terellera,
A verbal imitation of a musical sound, as of the note of a lark or a horn.
embler,
A horse or a person that embles.
depinting,
Present participle and verbal noun of depend, to paint, to picture, hence, to describe, to delineate in words, to depict.
interscribe,
To write between.
malafaga,
An extensive group of insects which are parasitic on birds and mammals, and feed on the feathers and hair, called also bird lice, originally, a chicken, the young of a fowl, a young eaglet, nestling, and hence, a feathered flying animal situ, louse, underbird.
whist,
To hush or silence.
coordination,
The state of being coordinate, or of equal rank, dignity, power, etc.
inflating,
Present participle and verbal noun of inflate, to swell or distend with air or gas, to dilate, to expand, to enlarge, as, to inflate a bladder, to inflate the lungs.
symphodia,
An axis or stem produced by dichotomous branching in which one of the branches is regularly developed at the expense of the other, as in the grapevine.
splenitive,
Affected with spleen, malicious, spiteful, peevish, fretful.
arch brick,
A wood-shaped brick used in the building of an arch.
chat,
A gulf, crack, or chink, as in the surface of the earth, or in the skin.
sport,
A sportsman, a gambler.
trebly,
In a treble manner, with a threefold number or quantity, triply.
rebuke,
Check, rebuff.
arthrosis,
One of the parts intercepted between the joints. Also, a subdivision into parts at regular or irregular intervals as a result of serial intermission in growth, as in the cane, grasses, etc.
drill,
To utter trills or a drill. To play or sing in tremulous vibrations of sound. To have a trembling sound. To quaver.
defraying,
Present participle and verbal noun of defray. To pay or discharge. To serve in payment of. to provide for, as a charge, debt, expenses, costs, etc.
So,
Very, in a high degree, that is, in such a degree as cannot well be expressed, as, he is so good, he plans so wisely.
heathen,
Barbarous, unenlightened, heathenish.
comprehended,
Imperfect and past participle of comprehend, to take into the mind, to grasp with the understanding, to apprehend the meaning of, to understand.
girth,
A small horizontal brace or girder.
nullifier,
One who nullifies or makes void. One who maintains the right to nullify a contract by one of the parties.
anguille,
Having a nil, claw, or hoof attached, set of certain bones of the feet.
break,
A blast of wind.
inset,
That which is inserted or set in, an insertion.
watering,
N, from water, see.
blaze,
A spot made on trees by chipping off a piece of the bark, usually as a surveyor's mark.
phlegm,
Viscid mucus secreted in abnormal quantity in the respiratory and digestive passages.
hippopotami,
A large, amphibious, herbivorous mammal hippopotamus amphibious, common in the rivers of Africa. It is allied to the hogs, and has a very thick, naked skin, a thick and square head, a very large muzzle, small eyes and ears, thick and heavy body, and short legs. It is supposed to be the behemoth of the Bible, called also Zico, and river horse. A smaller species H. liberiensis inhabits western Africa.
extractive,
A chemical principle once supposed to exist in all extracts.
fling,
Imperative of fling.
set,
To value, to rate, without.
macaroon,
A finical fellow, or macaroni.
a franchise,
To make free, to enfranchise.
birectangular,
Containing or having two right angles, as a birectangular spherical triangle.
mistapart,
To distribute wrongly.
rotted,
Imperfect and past participle of rot, to undergo a process common to organic substances by which they lose the cohesion of their parts and pass through certain chemical changes, giving off usually in some stages of the process more or less offensive odors, to become decomposed by a natural process, to putrefy, to decay.
paraboliform,
Resembling a parabolian form.
gainsome,
Prepossessing, well-favored.
Dryer up.
Imperfect and past participle of dry rub, to rub and cleanse without wetting.
Discharge.
To let fly, as a missile. To shoot.
Griding.
Of gride.
Marine.
A soldier serving on shipboard. A sea soldier. One of a body of troops trained to do duty in the Navy.
Swinesty.
A sty, or pen, for swine.
Convex.
A convex body or surface.
Wily.
Full of wiles, tricks, or stratagems, using craft or stratagem to accomplish a purpose, mischievously artful, subtle.
Sightless.
Wanting sight, without sight, blind.
Cedrat.
Properly the citron, a variety of citrus medica with large fruits, not acid, and having high perfume.
Hobnob.
Have or have not, a familiar invitation to reciprocal drinking.
Inelastic.
Not elastic, inelastic.
Jargonic.
Of or pertaining to the mineral jargon.
Hawk.
To disable by cutting the tendons of the hawk, to hamstring, to huff.
Decide.
To bring to termination, as a question, controversy, struggle, by giving the victory to one side or party, to render judgment concerning, to determine, to settle.
Last.
Farthest of all from a given quality, character, or condition, most unlikely, having least fitness, as he is the last person to be accused of theft.
Croon.
Hello, continued Noun, a murmur.
Redhead.
A person having red hair.
Sardel.
A precious stone, probably a carnelian, one of which was set in Aaron's breastplate.
No.
To cut down, to cause to fall in rows or masses, as in mowing grass, with down, as a discharge of grape shot mows downhill ranks of men.
Pierides.
The muses.
Obstetrics.
The science of midwifery. The art of assisting women in parturition, or in the trouble incident to childbirth.
Anthropotomist.
One who is versed in anthropotomy, or human anatomy.
Laminated.
Imperfect and past participle of laminate, consisting of, or covered with, lamin, or thin plates, scales, or layers, one over another, laminated.
Snake.
To wind round spirally, as a large rope with a smaller, or with cord, the small rope lying in the spaces between the strands of the large one, to worm.
Wang.
A kind of crowbar.
30.
A symbol expressing 30 as 30 or 30.
Florence.
An ancient gold coin of the time of Edward III, of 6 shillings sterling value.
Rampant.
Ramping, leaping, springing, rearing upon the hind legs, hence, raging, furious.
12.
The quotient of a unit divided by 12, one of 12 equal parts of one whole.
Commorancy.
A dwelling or ordinary residence in a place, habitation.
Paired void.
A paired moid bone.
Histority.
To record in or as history.
Spill.
A small roll of paper or slip of wood used as a lamplighter, etc.
Commoner.
One of the common people, one having no rank of nobility.
Garnishy.
To attach the fund or property sought to be secured by garnishment, to trustee.
Prose.
To write prose.
Embelling.
Of embowel.
Podagricole.
Afflicted with gout.
Misformation.
Ill formation, irregular or anomalous formation, abnormal or wrong conformation or structure.
Lard.
The fat of swine, especially the internal fat of the abdomen, also, this fat melted and strained.
Dryly.
In a dry manner, not succulently, without interest, without sympathy, coldly.
Tuna.
The tunny.
Quarantined.
Imperfect and past participle of quarantine, specifically, the term, originally of 40 days, during which a ship arriving in port, and suspected of being infected of malignant contagious disease, is obliged to forbear all intercourse with the shore. Hence, such restraint or inhibition of intercourse, also, the place where infected or prohibited vessels are stationed.
Amazonian.
Pertaining to or resembling an Amazon, of masculine manners, warlike.
Discoloring.
Present participle and verbal noun of discolor. To alter the natural hue or color of, to change to a different color. To stain, to tinge, as, a drop of wine will discolor water. Silver is discolored by seawater.
Intertrigo.
Rubbing or chafing of the skin, especially, an abrasion or excoriation of the skin between folds, as in fat or neglected children.
monologist,
one who soliloquizes, especially one who monopolizes conversation in company.
smirking,
Present participle and verbal noun of smirk, to smile in an affected or conceited manner, to smile with affected complacence, to simper.
lie,
A fiction, a fable, an untruth.
solemnite,
A deposit more or less resembling an inverted stalactite, formed by calcareous water dropping on the floors of caverns, hence, a similar deposit of other material.
ask,
To request or petition, usually followed by for, as, to ask for bread.
olfactive,
Of, pertaining to, or connected with, the sense of smell, as, the olfactory nerves, the olfactory cells.
set,
To make to assume specified place, condition, or occupation, to put in a certain condition or state described by the accompanying words, to cause to be.
rabato,
A kind of ruff for the neck, a turned-down collar, a rebotto.
curdle,
To thicken, to congeal.
absent,
To cut off.
asperity,
Runness to the taste, sourness, tartness.
merbend,
A clayey layer or pen underlying some nurse, etc.
ifrit,
A powerful evil genie, demon, or monstrous giant.
pentecostals,
Offerings formerly made to the parish priest, or to the mother church, at Pentecost.
minuet,
A tune or air to regulate the movements of the dance so-called. A movement in suites, sonatas, symphonies, etc., having the dance form, and commonly in 3 to 4, sometimes 3 to 8, measure.
torture,
The act or manner of treating, management, manipulation, handling, usage, as, unkind treatment, medical treatment.
mannish,
Resembling, suitable to, or characteristic of, a man, manlike, masculine.
bon vivant,
A good fellow, a jovial companion, a free liver.
paragon,
To serve as a model for, to surpass.
telescopist,
One who uses a telescope.
session,
Yielding to physical force.
panicle,
A pyramidal form of inflorescence, in which the cluster is loosely branched below and gradually simpler toward the end.
wire,
To bind with wire. To attach with wires. To apply wire to, as, to wire corks in bottling liquors.
Tophus.
One of the mineral concretions about the joints, and in other situations, occurring chiefly in gouty persons, they consist usually of urate of sodium. When occurring in the internal organs they are also composed of phosphate of calcium.
Plague.
Imperfect and past participle of plague, an acute malignant contagious fever, that often prevails in Egypt, Syria, and Turkey, and has at times visited the large cities of Europe with frightful mortality, hence, any pestilence, as the Great London Plague.
Polyadelphian.
Belonging to the class Polyadelphia, having stamens united in 3 or more bundles.
Pauperization.
The act or process of reducing to pauperism.
Sympathist.
One who sympathizes, a sympathizer.
Billhead.
A small black water insect.
Disgarrison.
To deprive of a garrison.
Animalculous.
A believer in the theory of animalculism.
Sea pass.
A document carried by neutral merchant vessels in time of war, to show their nationality, a sea letter or passport, permission to pass, a document given by the competent officer of a state, permitting the person therein named to pass or travel from place to place, without molestation, by land or by water.
Widen.
To make wide or wider, to extend in breadth, to increase the width of, as, to widen a field, to widen a breach, to widen a stocking.
Headfish.
The sunfish moa.
Countercheck.
A check, a stop, a rebuke, or censure to check a reprover.
Gallia.
A small galley, formerly used in the Mediterranean, built mainly for speed. It was moved both by sails and oars, having 1 mast, and 16 or 20 seats for rowers.
Displeasure.
The feeling of one who is displeased, irritation or uneasiness of the mind, occasioned by anything that counteracts desire or command, or which opposes justice or a sense of propriety, disapprobation, dislike, dissatisfaction, disfavor, indignation.
Requiem.
Any grand musical composition performed in honor of a deceased person.
Dupable.
Capable of being duped.
Asgard.
Guard.
Disfurniture.
To disfurnish.
Detect.
Of detect.
Quotation.
The naming or publishing of the current price of stocks, bonds, or any commodity, also the price named.
South Sea.
To foretell. To predict. the power or liberty of passing back.
Bungo.
A kind of canoe used in Central and South America, also a kind of boat used in the southern United States.
Water privilege.
The advantage of using water as a mechanical power, also the place where water is, or may be, so used, a peculiar benefit, advantage, or favor, the right or immunity not enjoyed by others or by all, special enjoyment of a good, or exemption from an evil or burden, a prerogative, advantage, franchise.
Meseta.
A cape, with a small hood, worn by the Pope and other dignitaries of the Roman Catholic Church.
Bested.
Imperfect and past participle of bested, to put in a certain situation or condition, to circumstance, to place.
Subjective.
Of or pertaining to subject.
Sirima.
A large South American bird Dicolephus / Cariana cristata, related to the cranes. It is often domesticated, called also Cariana.
Refuted.
Imperfect and past participle of refute, to disprove and overthrow by argument, evidence, or countervailing proof, to prove to be false or erroneous, to confute, as, to refute arguments, to refute testimony, to refute opinions or theories, to refute a disputant.
Ichthyophthalmi.
A mineral relating to the zeolites, usually occurring in square prisms or octahedrons with pearly luster on the cleavage surface. It is a hydrous silicate of calcium and potassium.
Drip.
That part of the cornice, silk or other horizontal member, which projects beyond the rest, and is of such section as to throw off the rainwater.
Estate.
To endow with an estate.
Bloom.
To produce or yield blossoms. To blossom. To flower or be in flower.
Tumbril.
A kind of basket or cage of the sires, willows, or the like, to hold hay and other food for sheep.
Revolt.
To do violence to cause to turn away or shrink with abhorrence, to shock, as, to reveal the feelings.
Grouse.
To complain or grumble.
Perlid.
Any insect of the genus Perla, or family Perlid, concreted earthy or mineral matter. Also, any particular mass of such matter, as a house built of stone, the boy threw a stone, pebbles are rounded stones, fly, understone.
Chattel.
Any item of movable or immovable property except the freehold, or the things which are parcel of Italian. It is a more extensive term than goods or effects.
Alga.
A kind of seaweed. Plural, the class of cellular cryptogamic plants which includes the black, red, and green seaweeds, as kelp, dulse, sea lettuce, also marine and freshwater conferve, etc.
Divination.
An indication of what is future or secret, augury omen, conjectural presage, prediction.
Resinousness.
The quality of being resinous.
Timeous.
Timely, seasonable.
Epaulet.
A shoulder ornament or badge worn by military and naval officers. Differences of rank being marked by some peculiar form or device, as a star, eagle, etc. A shoulder knot.
Seduction.
The act of seducting or taking away.
Indefinite.
Too numerous or variable to make a particular enumeration important. Set of the parts of a flower, and the like, also, indeterminate.
Pindaric.
Of or pertaining to Pindar, the Greek lyric poet, after the style and manner of Pindar, as Pindaricos. Beyond the limit of existence, continuance, or supply, to the end, completely, hence, in, or into, a condition of extinction, exhaustion, completion, as, the fuel, or the fire, has burned out.
Uptake.
To take into the hand, to take up, to help.
Dreamer.
A visionary, one lost in wild imaginations or vain schemes of some anticipated good, as a political dreamer.
Discursory.
Argumentative, discursive, reasoning.
Luxuriancy.
The state or quality of being luxuriant, luxuriance.
Polymorphism.
The property of crystallizing under two or more distinct fundamental forms, including dimorphism and trimorphism.
Siderealize.
To elevate to the stars, or to the region of the stars, to etherealize.
Upmost.
Highest, topmost, uppermost.
Tarnish.
Imperfect and past participle of tarnish, to soil, or change the appearance of, especially by an alternation induced by the air, or by dust, or the like, to diminish, dull, or destroy the luster of, to sully, as, to tarnish a metal, to tarnish gilding, to tarnish the purity of color.
Dig.
To get by digging, as to dig potatoes, or gold.
Indument.
The act of imbuing, or state of being endued, investment, endowment.
Chatterer.
A prater, an idle talker.
Briefless.
Having no brief, without clients, as a briefless barrister.
Lot.
To be expectant, to look with expectation, to wait, to seek opportunity.
play,
Hence, liberty of acting, room for enlargement or display, scope, as, to give full play to mirth.
weigh,
To have weight, to be heavy.
monator,
An authorized coiner of money.
denationalized,
Imperfect and past participle of denationalize, to divest or deprive of national character or rights.
imposement,
An excessive, arbitrary, or unlawful exaction, hence, a trick or deception put on laid on others, cheating, fraud, delusion, imposture.
imprisoner,
One who imprisons.
beslavering,
Present participle and verbal noun of beslaver. To defile with slaver. To beslaver.
overlay,
To lay, or spread, something over or across. Hence, to cover. To overwhelm. To press excessively upon.
nubble,
To beat or bruise with a fist.
protonyma,
The primary growth from the spore of a moss, usually consisting of branching confervoid filaments, on any part of which stem and leaf buds may be developed.
amass,
Imperfect and past participle of amass, to collect into a mass or heap, to gather a great quantity of, to accumulate, as, to amass a treasure or a fortune, to amass words or phrases.
rediscover,
To discover again.
heteromerous,
With the parts not corresponding in number.
irrepresentable,
Not capable of being represented or portrayed.
pedestrian,
Going on foot, performed on foot, as a pedestrian journey.
avowed,
Imperfect and past participle of avow, to declare openly, as something believed to be right, to own or acknowledge frankly, as a man avows his principles or his crimes.
curiousness,
Carefulness, painstaking.
white cap,
The European redstart, so called from its white forehead.
castle,
Any strong, imposing, and stately mansion.
peeler,
A pillager.
classis,
A class or order, sort, kind.
stakeholder,
The holder of a stake, one with whom the bets are deposited when a wager is laid.
kindliness,
The quality or state of being kindly, benignity, benevolence, gentleness, tenderness, as kindliness of disposition, of treatment, or of words.
dismissal,
Dismission, discharge.
folklore,
tales, legends, or superstitions long current among the people.
long tongue,
Having a long tongue.
phytochemistry,
Chemistry in its relation to vegetable bodies. Vegetable chemistry.
terpene,
A polymeric form of terpene, resembling terbena.
seized,
Imperfect and past participle of seize, to take possession of by virtue of a warrant or other legal authority, as the sheriff seized the debtor's goods.
body,
The real, as opposed to the symbolical, the substance, as opposed to the shadow.
mancus,
An old Anglo-Saxon coin both of gold and silver, and of variously estimated values. The silver mancus was equal to about 1 shilling of modern English money.
cloth,
Formerly an allowance of £2 in every 300 weight after the tarry and tread are subtracted, now used only in a general sense, of small deductions from the original weight.
disguiser,
One who, or that which, disguises.
dermineral,
Pertaining to, or in relation with, both dermal and neural structures, as, the dermineural spines or dorsal fin rays of fishes.
proglotid,
One of the free, or nearly free, segments of a tapeworm. It contains both male and female reproductive organs, and is capable of a brief independent existence.
atom,
Original sin, human frailty.
flower pot,
A vessel, commonly or earthenware, for earth in which plants are grown.
bilection,
That portion of the group of moldings which projects beyond the general surface of a panel. A bilection.
and sphere,
To place in a sphere, to envelop.
poplar,
The timber of the tulip tree, called also white poplar.
heart oval,
Having the heart or affections free, not in love.
watch,
Imperfect and past participle of watch, that part, usually one half, of the officers and crew, who together attend to the working of the vessel for an allotted time, usually 4 hours. The watches are designated as the port watch, and the starboard watch.
indubitableness,
The state or quality of being indubitable.
regarded,
Imperfect and past participle of regard, that view of the mind which springs from perception of value, estimable qualities, or anything that excites admiration, respect, esteem, reverence, affection, as, to have high regard for a person, often in the plural.
pine,
An albuminoid constituent of pus, related to mucin, possibly a mixture of substances rather than a single body.
Straight joined.
In the United States, applied to planking or flooring put together without a tongue and groove, the pieces being laid edge to edge.
Catholicism.
The doctrines or faith of the Roman Catholic Church, or adherents thereto.
Arduousing.
Present participle and verbal noun of adduce, to bring forward or offer, as an argument, passage, or consideration which bears on a statement or case, to cite, to allege.
Develop.
To cause to become visible, as an invisible or latent image upon plate, by submitting it to chemical agents, to bring to view.
Rustler.
One who, or that which, rustles.
Engrosser.
One who takes a whole. A person who purchases such quantities of articles in a market as to raise the price, a foresteller.
Seat.
To fix, to set firm.
Mulata.
A mur.
Bushy.
A long slender rock consisting of gelatin or some other substance that melts at the temperature of the body. It is impregnated with medicine, and designed for introduction into a throat, etc.
Dethronement.
Deposal from a throne, deposition from regal power.
Hyperenosis.
A condition of the blood, characterized by an abnormally large amount of fibrin, as in many inflammatory diseases.
Pennant.
A small flag, a pennon, the narrow/long pennant called also whip or coach whip, is a long, narrow piece of bunting, carried at the masthead of a government vessel in commission. The board pennant is an oblong, nearly square flag, carried at the masthead of a commodore's vessel.
Escharodic.
A substance which produces an eschar, a caustic, especially a mild caustic.
Disulfuric.
Applied to an acid having in each molecule two atoms of sulfur in the higher state of oxidation.
Rebels.
To pull back with force.
Sahidic.
Of or pertaining to Thebes in Egypt, specifically, designating a version of the Bible preserved by the Copts, and esteemed of great value by biblical scholars. This version is also called the Sahidic version.
Chiromancer.
One who practices chiromancy.
Lime.
To treat with lime, or oxide or hydrate of calcium, to manure with lime, as, till lime hides for removing the hair, till lime sails in order to whiten them.
Drabble-tail.
A gravel tail, a slattern.
Hothouse.
A house kept warm to shelter tender plants and shrubs from the cold air, a place in which the plants of warmer climates may be reared, and fruits ripened.
Lepigram.
A writing composed of words not having a certain letter or letters, as in the Odyssey of Theodorus there was no A in the first book, no B in the second, and so on.
Pre.
Talk to little purpose, trifling talk, and meaning loquacity.
Wimbling.
Present participle and verbal noun of wimble, an instrument for boring holes, turned by a handle.
Key.
A piece of wood used as a wedge.
Guide.
To regulate and manage, to direct, to order, to superintend the training or education of, to instruct and influence intellectually or morally, to train.
Cipher.
To use figures in a mathematical process, to do sums in arithmetic.
Corn.
To bestow horns upon, to make a cuckold of, to cuckold.
Bump.
The act of striking the stern of the boat in advance with the prow of the boat following.
Sod.
Of seal.
Tithly.
Tightly, nimbly.
Experimentative.
Experimental. Of the nature of experiment.
Etc.
Others of the like kind, and the rest, and so on, used to point out that other things which could be mentioned are to be understood, usually abbreviated into etc. or encentigrade ANDC.
Marshal.
An officer of high rank, charged with the arrangement of ceremonies, the conduct of operations, or the like.
Hessian.
A native or inhabitant of Hesse.
Metapodially.
One of the bones of either the metacarpus or metatarsus.
Eerie.
Serving to inspire fear, especially a dread of seeing ghosts, wild, weird, as eerie stories.
Nerve.
One of the nerves, or veins, in the wings of insects.
Trillion.
According to the French notation, which is used upon the continent generally and in the United States, the number expressed by a unit with 12 ciphers and x, a million millions. According to the English notation, the number produced by involving a million to the third power, or the number represented by a unit with 18 ciphers and x, by that, by how much, by so much, on that account, used before comparatives, as, the longer we continue in sin, the more difficult it is to reform.
Moropanic.
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an acid of the aromatic series obtained from opianic acid.
Disintegrating.
Present participle and verbal noun of disintegrate, to separate into integrant parts, to reduce to fragments or to powder, to break up, or caused to fall to pieces, as a rock, by blows of hammer, frost, rain, and other mechanical or atmospheric influences.
Decomplex.
Repeatedly compound, made up of complex constituents.
Halfen.
Wanting half its due qualities.
Bryozoom.
An individual zoot of the bryozoan coralline, of which there may be two or more kinds in a single colony. The zooish usually have a wreath of tentacles around the mouth, and a well-developed stomach and intestinal canal. But these parts are lacking in the other zoots avicularia, usha, etc.
Sugary.
Fond of sugar or sweet things, as a sugary pal.
Fingering.
Present participle and verbal noun of finger. Anything that does work of a finger, as the pointer of a clock, watch, or other registering machine, especially mechanics, a small projecting rod, wire, or piece, which is brought into contact with an object to effect, direct, or restrain a motion.
Loganus.
The terminal part of the cochlea in birds and most reptiles, an appendage of the sacculus, corresponding to the cochlea in fishes and amphibians.
Water lime.
Hydraulic lime.
Covenant.
The promises of God as revealed in the scriptures, conditioned on certain terms on the part of man, as obedience, repentance, faith, etc.
Puffer.
One who puffs, one who praises with noisy or extravagant commendation.
Elegies.
The right of elegies.
Euclidean.
Related to Euclid, or to the geometry of Euclid.
Fridge.
A picture of fruit, decoration by representation of fruit.
Crafty.
Possessing dexterity, skilled, skillful.
Loneliness.
The condition of being lonely, solitude, seclusion.
Adiaphorus.
Indifferent or neutral.
Prove.
To succeed, to turn out as expected.
Burnish.
To shine forth, to brighten, to become smooth and glossy, as from swelling or filling out, hence, to grow large.
Outweller.
One who holds land in a parish, but lives elsewhere.
Pleurobrichia.
A genus of Ctenophores having an ovate body and two long plumose tentacles.
Sluttish.
Like a slut, untidy, indecently negligent of cleanliness, disorderly, as a sluttish woman.
Mind.
The state, at any given time, of the faculties of thinking, willing, choosing, and the like, psychical activity or state, as opinion, judgment, belief.
Stranger.
One not privy or party in act, contract, or title. A mere intruder or intermeddler. One who interferes without right, as actual possession of land gives a good title against a stranger having no title. As to strangers, a mortgage is considered merely as a pledge, a mere stranger to the levy.
Usher.
An officer or servant who has the care of the door of a court, hall, chamber, or the like, hence, an officer whose business it is to introduce strangers, or to walk before a person of rank. Also, one who escorts persons to seats in a church, theater, etc.
Plot proof.
Secure against harm by plots.
Inside.
An inside passenger of a coach or carriage, as distinguished from one upon the outside.
Single.
One only, as distinguished from more than one, consisting of one alone, individual, separate, as a single star.
Sweeping.
Cleaning off surfaces, or cleaning away dust, dirt, or litter, as a broom does, moving with swiftness and force, carrying everything before it, including in its scope many persons or things, as a sweeping flood, a sweeping majority, a sweeping accusation.
Despited.
Imperfect and past participle of despite, in spite of, against, or in defiance of, notwithstanding, as, despite his prejudices.
Odd.
Remaining over, unconnected, detached, fragmentary, hence, occasional, inconsiderable, as, odd jobs, odd minutes, odd trifles.
Straw.
The stalk or stem of certain species of grain, pulse, etc., especially of wheat, rye, oats, barley, more rarely of buckwheat, beans, and peas.
Antispasmodic.
A medicine which prevents or allays spasms or convulsions.
Symptomatic.
Of or pertaining to symptoms, happening in concurrence with something, being a symptom, indicating the existence of something else.
Balance wheel.
A wheel which regulates the beats or pulses of a watch or chronometer, answering to the pendulum of a clock, often called simply a balance.
Articuli.
A joint of the three of the crinoidea, a joint or segment of an arthropod appendage.
Cushiony.
Like a cushion, soft, pliable.
Terminology.
The terms actually used in any business, art, science, or the like, nomenclature, technical terms, as the terminology of chemistry.
Tane.
A thin plate of metal.
Fly.
To move in or pass through the air with wings, as a bird.
Leukocyte.
A colorless corpuscle, as one of the white blood corpuscles, or those found in lymph, marrow of bone, connective tissue, etc.
Demo.
A small South American deer Furcifer chilensis, with simple forked horns.
Bisque.
Earthenware or porcelain which has undergone the first baking, before it is subjected to the glazing.
Alexandrian.
Belonging to Alexandria, Alexandrian.
Deinectes.
A genus of large extinct Devonian ganoid fishes. In some parts of Ohio remains of the Deinectes are abundant, indicating animals 20 feet in length.
Vertex.
The top, or crown, of the head.
Chick.
A chicken.
Club.
A heavy staff of wood, usually tapering, and wielded the hand, a weapon, a cudgel.
Multicapsular.
Having many, or several, capsules.
Stipendiaries.
One who receives a stipend.
Strive.
An effort, a striving.
And swear.
To recall an oath.
Epaulement.
A side work, made of gabions, fascines, or bags, filled with earth, or of earth heaped up, to afford cover from the flanking fire of an enemy.
Incognoscible.
Not cognizable, incapable of being recognized, known, or distinguished.
Resenthouse.
Producing flowers from a rootstock, or apparently from a root.
External.
Outward, exterior, relating to the outside, as of a body, being without, acting from without, opposed to the internal, as the external form or surface of a body.
Evetics.
The branch of medical science which teaches the method of acquiring a good habit of body.
Elrond.
Formerly, a measuring rod and ell long.
Ramstead.
A yellow-flowered weed, so named from Mr. Bremstead who introduced it into Pennsylvania, any one of numerous species of batrachians belonging to the genus Bufo and allied genera, especially those of the family Bufonidae. Toads are generally terrestrial in their habits except during the breeding season, when they seek the water. Most of the species burrow beneath the earth in the daytime and come forth to feed on insects at night. Most toads have a rough, warty skin in which are glands that secrete an acrid fluid, flax, called also ramstead weed.
Panacea.
If
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on Arduously, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on all contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.